I was in college when Mega Man 9 came out. I know, because I cut class that entire day to go to my buddy's house and down.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Hey, technical difficulties averted. Sorry I broke the internet, everybody. It's a bad habit of mine, but we got it fixed. Well, they got it fixed. Anyway, welcome back. Hey, this is the 20X Expo Mega May Kickstarter fundraiser campaign marathon. That's too many words. Anyway, we're doing the Japanese phone game block, and I am here with Princess Eve and Mega Alex. They're going to run the Mega Man Legends mobile game. But before they get started on that, I want to tell you real quick about why we're here. I know most of you guys know why we're here, but hey, just real quick, a recap. This is a Kickstarter fundraiser we're doing all month long for the 20X Expo, which is a fan-made Mega Man fan convention event that will take place in Seattle, Washington next year, August 2027. So, get on over to the Kickstarter. You can check out this excellent link that we got here. It will give you all the details, all the information. There are multiple levels for you to check out, right? There are virtual badges, in-person badges. Backing this Kickstarter is a way for you to get an early access badge at the lowest cost that you're going to be able to get it at, right? Once this thing gets backed and it goes live, badge prices are going to be more expensive than what they are right now on the Kickstarter, right? So if you don't know, real quick, short rundown of Kickstarter, how it works. It is an all or nothing campaign, which means that if we don't raise the goal, then nobody pays a dime. So if you want to back it, you can back it. You can pledge to send a certain amount of money, and then once the goal gets met at the end of the month, then it will come out. So if you don't have it right now, but you'll have it by then, you can still pledge right now. You don't have to pay a dime. So get on over there, check it out. There's also a list of some of the early announced guests, both like panel guests, voice guests, music guests, right? This thing's going to have concerts, everything. It's going to be awesome. We appreciate you all here checking it out, watching the runs. We appreciate you guys going to the Kickstarter, everybody who's backed already, everybody who's in chat chatting, everybody who's supporting the runners. And also, we appreciate you guys, the runners, for giving us your time to show off excellent Mega Man games all month long. So with that, Princess Eve, are you ready?
I believe I am.
Excellent. Well, I will hand it off to you guys, and I look forward to watching this. Let's go.
Sweet. So I'm going to go ahead and jump right in because the early parts of this game are really kind of slow, and I don't want to just have a lot of dead air going on here. But principally what I'm going to show off today is basically the entire content of the game, complete with cutscenes, all of that, because this particular game has not really been seen on the big stage before in any capacity. In fact, I don't think many people here have seen it to begin with because it was actually considered to be like lost media until very, very recently. So, correspondingly, no one here has seen it. It's a little bit hard to run because it's a Japanese flip phone game that has thankfully been translated. But even then, a lot of Legends fans don't even know this exists. So I just want to give everyone the whole well-rounded experience of the game. That said, I have also speedrun this game a little bit, so I am going to have my kind of route through the game somewhat optimized based on the things that I know from the game, between speedrunning it, writing a walkthrough, making maps for the game, all that good stuff. So, I believe Mega Alex is here right now, and he has helped develop the translation patch for this game. So I believe if anyone here is good to go on about the history of this game, when it released, how the translation project came about, he would be the one to ask. So I'll pass it over to you for a little bit.
Hey, yeah, sure. Well, Five Islands is a very charming flip phone game. It originally released in Japan in 2008, so only about, was I think 7 or 8 years after Mega Man Legends 2. This actually does mean that it is technically, not chronologically, the last game, obviously, since it is an interquel between Mega Man Legends 1 and 2, but it is technically the most recently released official Mega Man Legends game. It just has been lost for, I don't know, like 17 or 18 years or so. It was available from the Docomo platform for a long time. And unfortunately, eventually the cell service for that did end, and it wasn't something that you could download anymore. So unless you had it downloaded on your phone and you still had the right SIM card in that phone, you couldn't play it, you couldn't get it. It was just gone. And when I say you couldn't get it, I don't mean that you could download it like you can today. I don't mean that if you just knew someone or if you knew where to look. I mean, it was gone. Thanos snapped out of existence, sand in the wind. Fortunately, a group of very talented, more talented than me, smarter than me, game preservationists at Keitai World managed to secure a phone with it installed, and over time they were able to free it from the confines of that cell phone and render it playable via the system, via the developer kit emulator on PC. That was about 2 years ago, and for the first time ever, it was playable anywhere in the world, which was incredible. I remember that day. I remember when it happened. This was a game I was looking forward to playing for a long time. And as is not super uncommon with things like this, games that never got a global release, different people did try to do translation patches for it. There were actually a few people who at least started working on it and made some degree of progress. It didn't ever get finished due to some of the difficulties around working with this specific game's file structure. Many of the game's files, especially in Java games like this, are easy enough to edit in a hex editor or directly in a decompiler. But some of them, while you could edit them, you could not then re-inject them back into the game. So it doesn't do you a lot of good to get English files when you can't actually put them back in the game. I eventually tossed my name in the hat and gave it a shot. And after many hours of banging my head against a brick wall, I was able to make some progress, and very slowly over, I think about 7 or 8 months, I was able to finish the translation patch for it. So I think it was March last year was when that came out.
Yeah, it sounds right.
Yeah. So it is now playable in English and Japanese, and there's 2 different localized versions of it. So there's a localized version with all of the Americanized names like Mega Man, Bonds, Servbot, Diggers, and then there's what I call the delocalized version, where it uses the Dash title, Mega Man is Rock, the Bonds are the Borns, the Servbots are Kobun, etc. When I was working on it, I had several people say that they would like a version with all of that verbiage in it, and I figured, well, gosh, it's mostly text. There's a few graphics that needed to change. And fortunately, someone besides me did the title screen for that version. Theirs is absolutely beautiful. I do not have the texturing skill to have been able to do that.
That's pretty crazy that a game that was considered lost media, went from being that far gone to had that much love poured into it that there are now multiple localized versions of the game. Like that if that doesn't tell you the popularity of the Legends series as a whole, and like how much the fan base has just held on to this series as a whole, like this specific subset of the Mega Man, hierarchy, right? Like, I don't know what else will, right? I don't know what else you could do to convince anybody just how popular of a game, this is.
By the way, too, I had no idea what I was doing. Like, this is how I started learning and getting into programming. So I was throwing myself to the wolves, like trial by fire.
My goodness.
I'm sure eventually someone else would probably have figured it out. Like, I'm not special. I'm not like super smart or anything. There are people smarter than me that I'm sure could have done it and eventually would have, but that no one else had yet. And I, at the time, told myself, well, I don't really know what I'm doing, but I'll feel bad if I don't at least try. What's the worst that'll happen is I waste some of my time. And now, fast forward, here we are today. And I'm really glad that I did risk wasting a little bit of time.
So just to comment on something weird I'm doing, you might notice that I'm randomly opening up the map screen repeatedly. The reason why is because at least my version of the emulator is kind of buggy, and you can hear the sound being kind of garbled up for some reason or another. Not entirely sure why, but if I go into the options menu, it tends to fix it. I can't promise I'll do that every time, but it's something I'll try to do. Oh, looks like Fio's into the Twitch chat right now. Let's see. Does someone mind handling him?
Yep, give me 1 second.
Oh, good.
There's, as far as I'm aware, and have looked extensively, I'm not aware of a way to permanently fix the audio issue. It's unless one of the newer Keitai World versions
I thought this would start significantly later.
All good, all good. I was under that impression too, but luckily I'm American and have a bad sleep schedule. But yeah, as an example, I believe Fio has never really run into this music bug on at least his version of the emulator.
Yes, I ran the most recent version of this emulator, so I think it's all up to date.
Now, I know that they did recently have a new version of the emulator that's playable now, but I haven't tried it yet myself. I do understand that it is supposed to be a lot more stable, so that might be where that's coming from.
Yeah, quite possibly. I've been trying to update my emulator over the past few days, and I've just been running into troubles doing so.
They totally stole the refractor. Just take our word for it.
Yeah, so to catch everyone up to speed on the plot so far, if you've been not paying too much attention to the gameplay, this game takes place between Legends 1 and 2, and due to Roll trying to essentially turbo boost the Flutter, they end up crash landing on an island when that goes wrong, and they need to repair the Flutter. Here in some ruins, Mega Man has found a refractor, a really big one that should be able to work, and it was immediately stolen from him. Very Team
Rocket style. With their telekinetic powers, because the game couldn't animate them actually taking it.
Yeah.
I mean, all the characters have like 8 animations.
Yeah. It's like the inverse Mighty Number 9. It's like they did a lot with what they had, but they didn't have a lot.
Yeah. But again, just to put this in perspective for like some of y'all that might have had like Blackberries or flip phones back in the day, this runs on a flip phone. This is a 3D game running on a flip phone at 15 FPS. To me, that is absolutely insane.
And it's a pretty long one, too. Like, it takes longer to beat than Legends 1.
I'm thank you for saying that, because I feel like I've gone this whole time and I've never heard someone else affirm that, yes, it is about as long or longer than, like, Mega Man Legends 1 and Misadventures of Tron Bonne, but it for sure is.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I speedrun this game. I speedrun this and Legends 1. My speedrun of this game last night took like an hour 20 minutes. My speedrun of Legends 1 is half that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's wild.
Yeah. Granted, it's not like this run is super competitive, but...
There's also a lot of loading screens. Like, I think each loading screen before a level is like 15 seconds or something, so there's that.
Yeah.
But still.
Part of those loading times are hard-coded. They're not... I don't think they actually have to be there. I think it's like it's hard coded a certain amount to make sure that it has had time to load, but I feel reasonably confident, even playing on the sort of janky PC SDK, I feel reasonably confident that it doesn't actually have to take as long as it does. I could probably remove those gates.
Yeah, now here, Princess is getting the fried chicken, so she can sell it to immediately get a power boost. Because once again, like, you really want to jack up your stats as fast and high as you can. And also, this game practically throws healing items at you like they're cotton candy, so...
Oh, yeah.
You have plenty of healing.
I think part of it is that it assumes that you are going to get hit a flobbity jillion times, so, like, enemies do just drop health constantly.
Like, 100%. Like,
every
single enemy, and even most of the items you can destroy, there's health.
When an enemy is destroyed, part of the code from when it explodes and it spits out Zenny, part of that code checks to see if you are at full health and if you are at full special weapon energy. And if you are, then it does not drop a power-up. But if you are not, then it does drop a power-up.
Ooh, interesting.
I've looked at this game's code an awful lot.
But yeah, so that fried chicken that I got. So I give one a normal, but it's game that might not seem, but right now I have city. If I kill the 3 walls, I got 12 speed with that. Let me give you absolute check in terms of Zen here. So, most of your steam not really well. Just the way I help the audio is fine. I just speed was supposed to have done, but that just renders enemies completely obsolete.
There we go.
Okay, that sounds better now.
Oh, and in case anyone's curious, the lock-on works all by itself in this game. It's not manually triggered. You just kind of have to get close enough, but not too close. And it'll just go on that way automatically. And you go from tank controls to analog controls. It's kind of fascinating how it works.
It makes it really easy to battle sometimes, but it takes a bit to get used to.
So there are actually 2 lock-on modes in this game, and it does not tell you that anywhere. So if you toggle, because you can see if you do, I have it mapped to the R2 button, like a sane person. I'm so neurotic. I have the left and right buttons mapped to both my left and right D-pad and my left and right shoulder buttons, so that I can use the shoulder buttons to rotate and use the D-pad when it's locked on, just because I'm used to it. If you are if you push the lock-on button, you see the little icon, the reticle come up on the screen. If you get an enemy inside of that, then you lock on and you get sort of the true lock on, where you stay locked on regardless of if you are actively shooting or not. You can run around, you don't need to be actively attacking them. It'll just stay locked on like a normal lock on. If you do not toggle the reticle on, but you hit an enemy, then that will also put you into the locked on mode, but it's sort of like a halfway locked on. So if you do not continuously fire, if you have a pause in your fire rate for more than like a second or so, then the lock-on toggles off. It's kind of weird.
How in the world have I not noticed that?
Well, it's kind of subtle, and I feel like anyone who is playing this and super into it and has played the PS1 games, like, I feel like we've trained ourselves to use the lock-on button, right? Like, like reflexively.
At least when I'm playing casually, at this point I don't use lock-on anymore. I actually find the lock-on a bit of a pain in the butt when I'm speedrunning.
Someone in the chat says it's impressive that they got game models to run on a mobile device at the time. It is. So this is a game that used the mascot capsule technology back at the time. So this was 3D graphics and animations that were developed specifically for this mobile phone platform. The animations, the models, and even a lot of the codebase API was developed proprietary for this mobile platform. It's surprisingly robust, especially for a game that is this old. It's kind of shockingly robust. I don't think that something like this would have been possible on something else at the time. Also, fun fact, Mega Man has like 350 animation files.
Really?
Seriously?
Yes. This
like
model,
just Mega Man himself?
Mm-hmm. This
Wow.
model of Mega Man, similar to the one from the PS1 games, his walking around model is actually several different mesh files put together that are just sort of like stuck into the same spot in space. So his legs are one model, his chest is one model, his buster is one model, or I know his special weapon is one model, and his head is one model. And that's partly because you have different animations for each of those parts, and you can have different equipment that make them look different. Animations for these file types are actually separate files from the models themselves, so they're not like baked into the meshes. So for each of those different models that you can have, legs, chest, special weapon, head, you have to have a different animation for every different version of each of those models that you can have, every different piece of equipment. So it adds up real quick.
That's stunning. Yeah, I imagine it would. It's a good
Like, it's
thing
not
they
like
didn't take
today.
advantage of having him surrounded. Like, they went to all that work and then just sort of ran off in their separate corners to be hunted down.
They didn't even move that much.
Yeah, they took the Scooby-Doo approach. They split up.
Yeah, servbots would do that, wouldn't they?
They would. Oh my god. Give me a Scooby-Doo episode where they meet the servbots.
I love this tune so much. I hope we get to hear it plenty more times throughout the game.
Oh god.
I'm
This is what
detecting
I hear.
sarcasm.
This song is what I hear when I close my eyes and I can't fall asleep at night.
Yeah, it's the main theme of the game, I would say. Now, not to worry, for those not familiar with the game, they do eventually get different tracks once you get to Area 3, but for a while now, it's going to be the same 3 for Areas 1 and 2.
Words can't express how relieved I was when I got to the third island.
Yeah.
And then it got
remember
worse
getting to Area
because
2 and I
everything
was like,
just made you get lost.
Now, I will say too, I do still like the song. I can joke about having heard it too much. I do still like the song. I like
do
the song from Islands 1. I love the background music for Islands 3 and 4. I love them.
Oh yeah, they're incredible. Like, this game in general has some rockin' tunes.
Yeah, I like the music. It's just a bit repetitive because there's not much of it.
That's one of the only things that I will kind of push back on is because these music files are they're MIDI adjacent. They're very similar to MIDI. For the uninitiated, MIDI music files don't actually contain any like audio data. They contain musical notes. It's like having sheet music on a piece of paper, and then your digital device that actually contains all of the synthesized audio data is just referenced when the file is played. So individual MIDI tracks and individual tracks that are this format, this is MLD format, they take up almost no space. I think some of the I think most of the music in this game is between 5 and 12 kilobytes.
Which is puny.
Yeah. So granted, the file size restrictions for these phone games is insane. So why don't you take a guess as to how big the file size for this game is? If you haven't looked already. If you have looked, then you're cheating.
I'm gonna guess 8 megabyte.
I was going to guess 16.
You are both over.
Had a funny feeling. Well, okay, 1 megabyte.
That is technically correct.
He wouldn't ask if he thought we would get it right.
It was either going to be really big or really small, right?
Yeah.
So these games, depending on the version of Doja that they were running on, applications had different
Remember,
file
Princess,
size restrictions.
Not a speed run. We can watch the cutscenes.
Oh, no. We already watched that cutscene. I just went into the level, but I forgot to grab the padded scope.
Oh.
So I came back out to grab it. And then I forgot to equip it, but whatever.
Oh, okay.
This version, the version of Doja that this game runs on, has a file size limit of 1 megabyte. That's the highest it ever got, and that's between the game's main runnable jar and its volatile scratch pad. Technically, this game does have and use more than 1 megabyte's worth of data, but it stores all of the data that's unique to each separate island on the SD card when you're not actively on that island. That's why going from one island to another has a longer load time. It's flashing all of those resources from the SD card into the scratch pad so that at any one given moment, it's never over 1 megabyte.
Gotcha. It's got like 44 SD cards, right?
44 SD. It's got 44-ish I forget what it is. DAT files on the SD card. And that's just how it keeps the data organized. There's probably like a really good reason for how it chooses to like parse it when it's loading data that makes it go faster or something. I don't know.
Does that technically mean there could be some possible DLC in the future? Like if they wanted to add an Area 6 or whatever?
Like that they could have added an Area 6 or that that more data could be added?
They could have, yeah.
Oh, they certainly could have. So this game did not release with all 5 islands all at once. When it first came out, the first 2 islands were included in the download, but then islands 3, 4, and 5 were released 2 weeks apart from one another after that. So this game is already DLC as it is, and if they'd wanted to, I'm sure they could have kept doing more. I do know that the game's code, at least as it exists right now, assumes that there are only 5 islands, but there's literally like probably 2 or 3 places where you would need to change code for it to take more than that. But you obviously have to have like data for the islands.
Yeah, you'd have to change the title too.
I guess so. Yeah, put like a big red X over the 5, and like scrawl a 6 on there next to it. Or no, better idea. Do 10 new islands and then just put a 1 up right next to the 5. No one will ever notice.
Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be on the Legacy collection when they re-release this game. Kind of like Rechain of Memories, you know?
Oh god.
I would love to see that. I would love to see this game remastered and brought into the modern day. It already feels like we've like resurrected it from the grave.
Uh-huh. Oh, hey, we saw the jet skates and the shop there, but you'll notice we didn't take the opportunity to get it. Why is that,
Well-
Princess Eve?
Because I'm broke. They
Oh,
cost
okay,
too much.
besides
But
that.
yeah. Besides that, I am not going to bother with the jet skates at any point during this run, because unlike Legends 1 and 2, they are not any faster. In fact, they're actually kind of inconvenient to use. So in some sense, they might even be slower than doing that. I don't know why. It just happens to be that way. Like, I've timed this. If they are faster, it's so negligible as to not be noticed.
They're a
Right.
very, having looked at the code, they're a disappointingly amount faster. They're technically faster.
Right,
you have to
there's
not
like
be
the startup
moving.
animation, and
Yeah,
then
you have to not be moving, you have to
disable
double
it.
tap, and then also, like, I think the reason they're not faster than they are is, number one, there's, like, the areas aren't that big, and number two, I think they were afraid people would lose control. I would have just as soon preferred to have been given faster speed. Let me crash into things. Let me make poor decisions.
Yeah.
It also might be that, like, they were afraid, like, the game wouldn't render fast enough. Which
Oh,
is
I
also
haven't
kind
thought of that,
why,
maybe.
Why the dungeons are all really cramped and none of the rooms are ever that big. Because they're pushing it as it is, clearly.
It's heartbreaking enough as it is that you get into this game and, you know, you're like, oh, I can't wait to find the jet skates again. And you get to the shop and it's like, that will be 2,500 zenny. Oof, inflation.
Oh, yeah.
I
Although-
love Mr. Bus in this
Buy them.
game so much. I love them so
They are
much. in
so
the game.
expressive.
I love the guy that runs away.
Me.
And I also, you know, the funny thing is, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Mega Man is more animated in this game than he is in any of the other Legends games. Y'all notice that?
I could see it, definitely. I haven't played Legends 2 in quite some time, but I could definitely see it compared to Legends 1.
I mean, I think that they knew that because there wasn't any voice acting, they needed to try to express as much of the character's personality with their faces and their animations and their dialogue as they could. That's how I choose to look at it anyway. I am also, though, by the way, I will openly admit, I am fully prepared to give this game way more credit than it could reasonably deserve. I am not a reliable source of unbiased information.
Oh no, I like this game a lot too. I mean, I'm gonna make fun of it like heck, but that's in good fun. Like, I actually do really like this game.
If you really like
Yeah.
something and you've spent like zillions of hours on it, I do think that you've earned the right to poke fun at it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
um,
like, something I often say is that no one hates a game more than its speedrunners. You know what I mean?
You know what? Yes. But it's
They
like
are always the first to give it crap, but they obviously love it the most.
Yeah.
it's like we've earned that though. It's like I am also notably I'm a very big fan of Kingdom Hearts, and people love to goof on Kingdom Hearts' story. And as a big Kingdom Hearts fan, I can tell anyone who is not in the know, we know how ridiculous it is. Everyone who loves Kingdom Hearts, we know it. We absolutely know it, and we make
100%.
fun of it too. But it's like having a friend that says something stupid every now and then. They might say something stupid, but that's your stupid friend, you know?
Now,
Only I
I'm
get
not
to say
really
stupid
sure
things.
what Mega
Yes.
Alex was talking about regarding Kingdom Hearts. Like, I think it's very simple. The darkness did it. That's
Simple and
dark.
clean,
Darkness.
perhaps.
Yeah. There's nothing complex and dirty about it. Darkness did it.
Yeah, the story in Kingdom Hearts is kind of messy, but it's easy enough to follow. It's really just because it has like 20 different games.
Yeah. Well,
How many Mega Man games are there?
Many of which were never released.
Okay, in all fairness. Yeah, I don't have a counter to that.
How many platforms have Mega Man games come out on?
All of them, probably.
Yeah, honestly, I could legitimately not answer that.
The answer is yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's straight up. The answer to all those questions is yes. There's no argument about it.
So regarding the Gessel shaft, it seems as though they rebuilt it after Legends 1. How do y'all feel about that?
Yeah, that got brought up during one of the cutscenes in 1.5, if you recall. The Gessel shaft does exist again. This is how I kind of knew it was an integral to begin with.
Honestly,
aside from the obvious.
I'll be completely honest. At some point in time, I totally forgot that it does not get rebuilt in Mega Man Legends 2. I kind of, in my mind, have just always treated it like it's like Team Rocket's big Meowth blimp. Like, it gets destroyed, but they have infinity billion of them in their back pocket, is what I assume.
I mean,
and to be fair, it might be a lot smaller than the first one.
So two things. Number one, the Gessel shaft is on the poster for Mega Man Legends 3. Throwing that out there. Number two, my headcanon is that the Gessel shaft for them is actually just a totally regular Drock with a sloppy coat of green paint on it.
But yeah,
Also,
I mean,
shout out.
Tron has shown herself to be very resourceful. Like, she built Bruno within the span of like 20 minutes.
Shout out to Mega Man's model in this game, specifically his texture. His texture file in Five Islands is actually higher quality than it is in Mega Man Legends 1 or 2. It has significantly higher levels of detail on it. It's got shadows and highlights that are gradients instead of just solid blocks.
You know, I did notice he looked a little different, but I can never put my finger on it.
I think all of the characters, his is more prominent than the others. I think all of them have higher quality textures. Mega Man's, I know for sure, the texture file is twice as big as his PS1 file.
And also he's got the backpack thing from Legends 2.
Yep.
It's his Legends 2 armor.
He's fighting a kid and not just some robots. Good on his observational skills.
What, you don't want to kick a baby's butt? Come on now.
Not with that attitude.
I also like that they kind of quasi give him a little characterization by saying like he's sensitive about being called a kid or something and gets mad about it.
Yeah, Bond he barely exists in Legends 1 and even less in 2, honestly.
You know, I hadn't really thought about that before, but that's a good point. The scenes that he does have in this game, they do, I feel like, as much talking as makes sense for him to give him a little bit more personality. I do like that.
There are little bits of characterization sprinkled in for all the Bonds too. Like they had fun with the game's characters.
I definitely be doing the classic here. Just circle strafe.
Hey, if it's
just
not
make sure he doesn't get too close, otherwise the lock-on will dispel for some reason.
Yeah, it's a bit finicky.
Yeah.
So, this is the reason why I do not bother killing the enemies too much. That is a lot of money for this game. That's genuinely hundreds of enemies.
And you can refight them.
Yes.
Like, I'm pretty
In fact,
sure
that's
that
what I'm going to do
amount
right
is more
now.
than all the Zenny chests.
Oh no,
Should
the
I
Zenny chest. Well, maybe in Area 1.
In
But, like,
Area 1, that's what I meant.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, because of that, I'm actually going to fight this guy a few times because I want to get the jump springs.
Yeah, the jump springs are pretty critical. It's way late in the game. I think on I think it's on Ilks. Towards the end of Ilks Island, you can get shoes that give you the jump springs and the jet skates rolled into one.
Yeah, I grab those and sell them.
Oh well.
It sells for 10 grand. How could I ignore that?
I mean, I suppose that, like, in all fairness, if you're doing a speed run, that does make sense.
Yeah, that's the thing. I am too.
Teasel's delighted by this. This is awesome.
Yeah, I'm a little too brain rotted by speedruns. I play too optimally.
Yeah.
I sometimes when I'm reading the cutscenes for this, I can just hear the characters talking.
Yeah.
Oh, I do that all the time. Like, they're just so ingrained. You know, that brings up an interesting thought, though. If Legends 3 had come out, how many of the characters, the actors, do you think they would have gotten back?
So,
Well, I think we know for a fact Teasel Bond would not be coming back.
Well, okay, that's a given.
as
He's
I
dead, right?
recall, he is.
Yeah.
As I recall, the one guy that got to play the prototype that was in English, which did have voice acting, I don't think it showed credits in it. And to his point, I don't think he was familiar with the original games, but he said it did not sound like it was the original cast, but it did still sound good. So I don't think that they got any of the original actors.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, honestly, most of them didn't do a whole lot in the voice acting field. I think, like, Roll was in some live TV shows, as was the original actor for Rock, and I think that's about it, really.
Mega Man's voice actor in Mega Man Legends 2 did a lot of voice work.
Well, yeah, but she was like Sailor Jupiter, I think.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes. Yeah.
Fun fact, I got to meet her at a convention a few weeks ago.
Ooh, how'd that go?
It was really, really wonderful. That is one of my favorite things to do, going to conventions as an adult, is to meet like voice actors and artists and developers and stuff. And you always hope that they're going to be nice. She was an angel. She was so nice. She was so gracious.
Aww.
It was really, really great to get to talk with her and tell her how much I loved her performance as Mega Man, and I did get her to sign my copies of Mega Man Legends 1 and 2, because she also voices the Mayor Amelia in the first game.
Curious, did she actually remember her performances? Because, like, I could see, like, Mega Man as being kind of like one of the Mega Man Legends as being one of those one-off projects you don't really remember. I mean, based on how unpopular it was, to be honest.
She did remember.
Oh, nice.
Now, I also met Toby Proctor, who voices Glide in Mega Man Legends 2. He didn't remember as much. Like, but he was also, though, he was really nice. He was asking me about it. He's like, he wanted to know, like, a little bit about his character, like what Glide's deal was. But Glide also has, especially in 2, far fewer lines than Mega Man does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can see why you wouldn't remember. Like, most of Glide's characterization kind of came in, like, misadventures, where he was kind of like this flamboyant toady to Lex Loath, who was this loan shark type guy. And then after he got jailed, he just kind of took over and had to straighten himself out a little. Not Peacock so hard because he's kind of a leader now.
Now, mind you, Glide is 100% my aesthetic. I
Yeah.
love Glide. Glide is James from Pokemon.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. Like, I really do like him in Legends 2. He's great there.
He's honestly, he's there, I feel like, as much to be an air pirate as he is to annoy Teasel, and I love it.
Yeah. And he probably has, like, and he's responsible. His fort is probably, like, one of, if not the hardest sections in Legends 2. Like,
At least in the speedrun, for sure. I have seen
Yeah.
so many speedruns die there, especially on the harder difficulties.
There's not a lot of margin for error.
Yeah. Although, here's something I've always wondered about. So he kidnaps Shu, right? Or was that just something the bird bots did on their own? Why? Like, why was she in the fort?
For crime reasons? I don't know.
Crime reasons
maybe
is a good motivation.
Yeah.
Crime reasons.
Yeah, okay.
Because crime.
Yeah. Well, maybe she annoyed one of the bird bots, so they just, I don't know, got annoyed with her.
Okay, so I am done grinding. I have got the jump springs. I've bought a few other small things. Let's head on to the second island.
All right.
I do wish
Also-
that
Oops.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I do wish that more of the buster parts and stuff appeared in the shop as you progress through the game. Some of them do, but I don't feel like it's as many as there should be. I feel like in both Mega Man Legends 1 and 2, as you progress, a lot more becomes available in the shop.
Yeah, this game.
Yeah, definitely. This game, then again, I feel like a good chunk of Legends 1s are invented. None of them are invented in this game. The only things you invent in this game, I believe, are just the special weapons.
That's correct. There's not really a reason for it. The code completely supports developing additional items that are not special weapons. You totally could. It just doesn't do that.
Huh.
Which is a little silly because there's a ton of buster parts. Like, there are truckloads of them.
You know, interesting bit with the story here. This kind of quasi justifies why Roll goes through so much money keeping the Flutter operational. It's a dinosaur, and she doesn't
Yeah, that
want
gets
it. So.
Yeah, that emphasizes my bad. That gets emphasized a lot during the story. A lot of
Shoot! It fell at a 45-degree angle.
again,
Disaster.
Well,
again.
in a shocking twist of fate, the Flutter's busted. Must be Tuesday.
Yep.
Must be literally any day of the week.
Yeah. But it is kind of a neat story bit, though, where kind of Roll's arc throughout the games is kind of learning to let go of the past. Just the same as it is keeping herself going to rediscover the past.
And of course, once
That's
again, I have
a really
forgotten to
insightful way of
equip
looking at it.
something.
Yeah. Like, it comes up with Joe, too, and her mom, although I'd actually be kind of interested to seeing how the whole thing with her mom would have resolved in Legends 3.
So once again, I forgot to equip something.
Oh.
I grinded for the jump springs, and it just did not
Oh.
equip.
So I definitely don't want it to turn into me dumping on all the tiny microscopic things I don't like in this game, but I will say it's annoying that you can't swap buster parts while you're in a mission. There's no good reason for it.
Yeah, same. Buster parts, body parts. You have them on you. Like, when I get into this game, or into the level, I can show you that I have access to a menu of some sort. I can use some healing items from there even. But other than that, I can't do anything.
the two menus, so the menus look identical when you're in a mission versus when you're like at the mission select screen and you go to the footer to look at your items. The menus look identical, but it's two completely different code, like two different completely different classes, completely different methods that run them, and the one in mission just does not have the ability to like select and equip things. It's just not in there. I don't know why, because I don't feel like that would break anything.
So on my other monitor, I have a map. I could have sworn that one of the switches here is actually kind of broken, but I don't remember. Was it this one?
It's
Broken.
definitely useless. Like,
no,
it basically
that
just
big.
opens up a shortcut that...
Yeah, so that one opens up the one down there.
Right, this is totally unneeded though, because like,
You have
just walk
jump
up this
screen.
hill. That too.
And also bad.
Well, but think of all the time that
Normally-
you save now.
Yeah, normally, and this is what I was actually going to show off, is that during the speed run, what I do is jump on this fence, and then just jump up here. So just bypassing that entire segment. It's small, but kind of silly.
I did not know you could jump on top of those fences.
It's a little bit finicky. You'll see an even like finnier one on Ilka's Island. If I
Now,
can get it.
going back through the whole weapon select thing, in all fairness, that's kind of a recurring thing throughout the entire series, and I actually think it was worse in Legends 1, where like even if you choose your special weapon and go into a dungeon, you can still see all the special weapons in your like weapons menu. It'll say the descriptions for them, but you can't switch to them like you could in any other Mega Man game. Like, you're always just kind of stuck
Well, now that's
with
so
whatever
that's
thing you entered the dungeon
that's the
with.
same for the special weapons, but in the PS1 games, you can change your buster parts and your body
that
parts.
also is fair, yeah.
Yeah, like that's. I totally get not being able to swap your special weapons, although that would be really fun. I would love if you could like hot swap between like maybe 2 or maybe 3 of them on the fly, and so you decide what like loadout you bring. But there's no excuse for not being able to swap buster parts and armor and stuff.
Yeah.
Good. That
yeah.
reminds me of some experimentation I was doing in Legends 1 a few months ago. So you can use some game shortcodes to just straight up switch whatever weapon you have in Legends 1 on the fly.
Oh,
So-
that would have been so cool.
But it's obviously not meant to happen that way. And things get
Right.
a little bit weird.
Okay.
I would imagine so, because it probably doesn't know what to do with like addressing how different special weapons consume special weapon energy and how different special weapons have different like max totals and stuff.
Yep. And one particular way that I loved to use it was I would start with the machine buster, I think. The thing that's basically a machine gun. And then hot swap to the grand grenade, which is the strongest weapon in the game by far.
Please tell me that it shoots them out at machine gun speed.
It does. It
Oh my
melts
God.
enemies. It is so fun. If you look on the Legends Speedrun server, you can probably find my videos of it. It's great. Let's see. Is there any
I wonder if
side
that would
quests
work. I wonder if that would work with the drill arm and the shining laser, because those are continuous weapons. So like
And
instead of
suddenly, Mega Man
firing-
is really huge.
Sadly, no, it would not work. I tested those too. You get like
Oh.
one pulse or something, and then it just dies.
It does treat them different because they're continuous, so I guess that makes sense.
Yeah,
Can't have anything nice.
sadly. I mean, what can you expect from manipulating like 2 RAM addresses, you know?
Can we also just say this town looks surprisingly nice. Again, like for the platform and for what they have to work with, like this looks surprisingly nice and convincing.
Yeah, definitely. I'll even go so far as to say it looks nicer than Catalog's Island in some respects.
I mean, a lot of the textures here do have more detail. They just don't have as many pixels to show them off. But darn it, they're going to use it if they got it.
Yeah.
I think the architecture is a little more convincing too, is it?
Yeah, I can see it. Like, these are a lot more muted tones, whereas Legends 1 has a lot of saturated reds and greens and all that. Like,
I do love that, though. It looks like looking at a comic book.
true. Like, it's pleasant to look at. It's not realistic, but it's pleasant to look at. And I mean, we're looking at a game where a 14-year-old is shooting lasers at robots. Do we care about realism?
No, my suspension of disbelief is pretty peaked.
I think it should have gone out the window the moment the Bonds survived fall from the stratosphere.
Yeah, how
I mean,
in the world?
It's Team Rocket logic. Team Rocket is blasting off again.
Whoops,
Yeah.
they weren't someone's car.
I do love that you can just absolutely demolish like the cars, the trees, the vending machines. Like Mega Man can go absolutely ham. The one game that does not have a morality system and the one game that probably needs it the most.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me of like I don't know if either of y'all have played the Mega Man Anniversary Collection. It had like Mega Man 1 through 8 and a couple of arcade games. I know it released on the GameCube. That's what I had as a kid.
I do have
But-
that. Yes.
Yeah, they had like some interviews with Keiji and Inafune and some other people, and like some concept they had specifically for Legends was specifically shooting down a tree, which is only possible to my knowledge in this particular game.
What's
Yeah,
a
I don't
Shuri?
think you
Now,
You
granted,
said
in
a
Legends
Shuri,
1, it's
right?
also. Hold on. Say that one more time?
What's a Shuri?
No, shoot down. Sorry, I might have spoke too fast.
Okay.
All good, all good. But, you know, in Legends 1,
Like-
we don't get shooting down trees, we just get rampant animal abuse.
Yeah, like you kick dogs in the Japanese version of 1, right?
You
You
can
can kick
kick 'em-
dogs, you can kick
Paprika.
cats, you can shoot down birds.
You can
I
kick.
meant
you-
Paprika, the one
Yeah.
that chases John.
Now, hot take, but Paprika might deserve it.
I mean, I'm just saying, he makes the speedrun a minute slower.
Now, I didn't know that you could kick the cats. I did know. I think I knew. I think you can shoot the birds in the Japanese version. I didn't know you could do anything to the cats. I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't like that either. I am a cat lover. I mean, I love all animals, so I don't like kicking dogs either, but I especially love cats. I'm not afraid to admit my bias.
That's one of my favorite Easter eggs in Mega Man Legends 1 is if you can find a cat at the main gate and take it back to the flutter, and then every time you exit and re-enter the flutter, there is another cat, up to like a silly number of cats.
That's not quite how it works. We still don't entirely know how it works, but...
No?
No, it's not every time you enter and exit the flutter. I think it works on the same timer that the hideout side quest does, which is
Interesting.
every load and transition that stops the IGT.
Interesting.
I think this is not proven, to be clear.
I've always had, because I don't think that Barrel or Roll address the cats,
At all.
but I have always
And
had
they're
this
gone by
mental
Legends
image.
too.
I
Okay,
have always
I
had this
actually
mental
wanna
image
talk
of Mega
about
Man, like
The
walking
hyper
into the
shell.
flutter with a cat, and Barrel just being like, "What you got there?" And Mega Man's like, "Nothing."
Okay, what you want to
Sheepishly.
talk about the hypershell, Fia?
Yeah, this item is basically borderline mandatory for getting any worthwhile chest, and I think even
Yeah.
progressing through the game
Yeah.
in certain points, like it's basically glued to your arm for like the
Yeah.
entire rest of the playthrough.
Yep,
I
I'm going to be
don't
swapping
get
between
it.
that and one other weapon.
Like And the game just kind of gives it to you in a cutscene you can skip. Like, I remember I was replaying this game, skipping all the cutscenes.
Oh god.
then,
Oh
like-
man, that sounds miserable. You totally not remember that you have it.
Exactly. Like, I got to, like, 2-3, like, and I was thinking, when do I get the hyper shell again? Was it in 2-2, 2-3? And then I
Now they
looked at your
do.
guide and I was like, oh yeah, you get it
It's like
in
the
a
very next
cutscene.
cutscene, though. The very next cutscene after you get it, it does show Mega Man like wander around the ruins and be like, "Oh, there's nowhere else to go," and you see a wall that you can clearly break, and he's like, maybe I should come back with a special weapon or something."
That's fair enough. But it's just weird. Like, you don't go into item development. There's no
Yeah,
like it's really bizarre how it does that.
like she could also have just given you one of two items you need to develop it, and then you could find the other one, or maybe you've already found the other one. Maybe it's in a very obvious place. Maybe it was the reward from a different cutscene. Like, it does seem like it would have been a good way to segue into the game, giving you a little tutorial on special weapon development.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and from here on, like, I think with the drill arm, you get it the normal way, right? You just find
Yep.
one part in a ruin and then another
Yep.
part in a shop, and that's also kind of the same purpose, because in this game, there's some walls that can only be destroyed by the hyper shell, and others that can only be destroyed by the drill arm.
I do think that that's consistent with, I want to say, both of the PS1 games, at least one of them, though. There are some walls that only the drill arm can destroy, and some walls that can be destroyed by one or two other weapons that are not the drill arm.
So,
I-
one thing before we go on,
Right.
I have the jump springs now. I could have done this a while ago, but I can jump across this gap right here. It's very obviously not intentional. It's a little bit precise. If I go down here, you can see that I was actually meant to use a different weapon to get here. Not the hyper shell, the drill arm. But I can get this, a fairly late game item, the green eye. It is used to develop the shining laser, or in my case, to get a lot of money.
I was like, but no.
Yeah.
Oh, right. I came back here for two reasons.
How much is the shining laser worth at the local pawn shop?
Well,
250,000.
that particular item sells for 25 grand, if I recall correctly.
I love the idea of Roll selling off the parts to the shining laser, like between, like in a theoretical Mega Man Legends 3, that's the explanation, is she sold off his stuff again, and he's like naming off all the weapons to see if she held on to them, and he gets to the shining laser and she's like, "Oh, I got a lot for the green eye."
So, additional fun fact, to upgrade the shining laser to max, it takes 960 grand.
Wow.
And bear in mind, the best way to get money in this game is to grind bosses.
Question in the chat: does putting this on an SSD or NVMe SSD make any difference with load times? Not that I'm aware of. The load times are partly hard-coded into the game's logic. I assume specifically to make sure that like the assets are in fact actually loaded on real flip phone hardware before it tries to open up a level or a stage or something. I think that they're hard-coded, so I do think that could be bypassed, but that does also mean that unless that code were changed, I don't think anything would force them to load more quickly.
Let's see, I'm just checking out the shops here. Nothing in particular that I want to grab aside from one thing. So I have a bunch of parts now. You might notice that I can max my attack right now. However, if you math it out a bit carefully, it turns out that if I increase my rapid fire speed, that is actually a little bit better than going straight for max attack. just because you'll be firing more buster shots. Perhaps at a lower level of damage, sure, but you're still doing more damage faster, so to speak. And while I'm here, you might notice that I have not been bothering to raise my weapon's range whatsoever. This isn't just because I prefer fighting in close quarters by any means. Range does basically nothing in this game. It is almost a useless stat. It does increase how far you fire a little bit, but on basically every weapon and on your buster, still kind of useless.
So, I've seen how little it increases it in the code's logic, but the code's logic is difficult to like parse out in your mind how far it is because all the values are scaled up for a fixed point system. So like they're all numbers that are in the thousands, and it's hard to tell like, well, how much does 500 or 800 or 2,000 more, how much of a difference does that make? I don't know. But your visual guide that you did for it is so instructive. And I mean, you're absolutely right. It's basically nothing.
Yeah.
Mercifully, most of the areas are small enough anyway that it doesn't matter. I do the same thing as you. Range is always my last. That's the last thing I'll bother doing anything with.
Yeah, even in like Legends 1, I don't really care that much about range anyways, because I am pretty comfortable getting up very close with enemies. Heck, in Legends 1, I can stutter shoot, and I don't even need rapid on top of that.
My toxic trait is I don't equip range, even for the boss fights where I know that I really need it, like the Balkanjarad and the Fulker Wolf. I never equip range. I do it to myself every time I say I'm going to be better, and I never am.
Oh god, I learned this the hard way a summer or two ago. You can beat Balkan mostly without range. I did a low percent run, which is basically as few items as humanly possible, right?
Is there a way to do it that doesn't take forever? Because that's I mean,
no,
usually
no, God no.
Okay, I was gonna say because it's usually I do it with little to no range, and it's just a slog.
I mean, when I was a kid, I would probably also do it with little to no range, but I would always have like the machine buster or something to compensate. But with low percent, your buster barely reaches the arms on Balkan. Barely.
See, I'm usually riding on the coattails of the splash mine for a fair amount of Legends 1.
Oh, that's entirely understandable, really. Because, like, they're actually really good.
Yeah.
Like,
Splash mine against the Marl Wolf is busted.
Yeah.
And it's even really good during the boat battles with all the little minions. Like, I actually used it in my retro achievements guide for how to get through that with no damage. Like, those things last a while.
They do.
Yeah.
I'm not skilled enough to hit like that. This game has shadows. You notice that.
Yeah.
Where?
If you go... I mean, he doesn't need to go back, but like...
You mean like underneath the character models? Oh,
well,
like
it does.
The door, yeah.
It does have them there, but like along the walls at like slants and stuff. I'll point one out next time.
Yeah, sorry.
Actually, I think I see him.
There was a super obvious one before. I'll call out the shadow very excitedly.
Okay, you know, bringing up those little things that slam up and down, I really wish they would have used another sprite, like a spiked ball or something, because that looks like a platform you can jump on, doesn't it?
It kind of does. There's an unused trap in this game.
Really?
Ooh.
There is an unused trap in this game. So I was looking at all of the classes for the enemies and the objects and the traps, and there is one that is unused. It is never called anywhere, and it does not have any texture or model resources to say, like, to give you a hint as to what it is. but from what I can tell, it looks like it's like something big. So I don't know if it's like a giant boulder or a bomb or something. It's hard to tell based on the behavior, but yeah, it's not used anywhere. But based on the size of its hitbox, it is, I think, 4 times as big as the giant snowball on Ilks.
Wow, that is pretty big.
Yeah.
Also, a pro tip for any casual players, you'll want to be careful about ending the missions early when you pick up the chests at the end. Because, like, if there's any treasures you haven't collected, you'll have to re-enter the dungeon and have to do them potentially a second or third time if you're not careful. So usually you'll get a little prompt that says, "Hey, Mega Man, this must be the control panel at the end." Like, read them carefully.
I wish that they all did that, where you got like a little prompt when you're like 5 feet away from it before you actually go interact with it to end the level. I wish that that was mandatory. Some of them are like that, but not all of them are. That's a good call out.
Yeah. Actually, while I'm on the topic of casual advice, always make sure you talk to all the villagers as you go through each level, because they update after each one. But if you miss a certain section of them, you miss them forever.
Yep, and some of them give you some really good stuff. I've already actually missed a few in the run already. Nothing of major consequence, but nonetheless.
Yeah, like some of that really good stuff is like really good stuff. Like Link armor that negates like 2/3 of damage. There's like a helmet that's really good for your aim. There's like safety shoes that negate all of the damage floors. Like, it's kind of incredible what the game gives you for free.
Yeah. And some give you like fetch quests, some you just give items to, some are kind of gopher things, some will just sell you stuff. It varies quite a bit.
Yeah, so you completionists out there, better watch out. Better be careful.
Yeah, it can be a little bit annoying, especially because some of them are missable.
Yeah.
Love the server bots.
Mm-hmm. You know, the funny thing is that he's bragging about his brain. Legends 1, the manual actually does say that, like, he uses his brilliant mind to devise stratagems and all that. It's just kind of funny how he kind of is knocked off his pedestal in the later games, as opposed to Legends 1, where he really is just, like, the definitive boss.
Yeah.
That's kind of his whole arc in this game, is he views himself as having like messed up so much in Legends 1, and he's trying to redeem himself and failing.
Yeah.
Also, there's the recurring joke about him getting idioms wrong over and over again, which I also love.
I wonder if some of those read any original Japanese.
Like a moth to the flame.
That was one area where I did consult someone who was fluent in Japanese, because the script existed already in English before I got a hold of it. When people say I did the translation patch, I did not translate any Japanese to English. I don't speak Japanese. I can't read it. I don't know any of that.
Yeah, wasn't it someone called Midori who did that?
Yes, and that script has been around for, I think, like 10 years or something. It's been around for a very, very long time. So I used that as a basis when I was working on this, but I did do a reasonable amount of script doctoring just to make sure the characters sounded in character, that nothing sounded like it was translated from a not English speaking language to the English language. But like I felt pretty confident making sure the characters sounded appropriate and also staying true to like the tone and the intent and the meaning. But some of those lines, some of those jokes where with Teasel, I was really at a loss because those are concepts or idioms or like cultural things that don't really play out in English, that there's not like a strict equivalent for. So I did my best and I asked for help, but I am really happy with those. They still make me laugh. I feel silly laughing at my own jokes, but I do like them.
You did a great job. Don't worry.
The one at the beginning where he says, when the bombs show up, a gush falls over the crowd. I have gotten a kick every time I've watched someone play it for the first time and they think it's a typo, and then they find out that it's not, and Teasel just messed it up. It's so funny.
But yeah, from what I hear, that's like one of the worst parts of translation work. Just the things that cannot be directly translated. Anything idiomatic.
Yes, definitely. I mean, I toiled. I probably spent too much time mind gaming myself playing 3D chess in my own brain, just like looking at one sentence and being like, is that how Tron would say it though? Would she sigh at that part of the sentence or at a different part of the sentence? Should it be here or should it be somewhere else? Like I was making it as hard for myself as I could.
That's the perfectionist attitude right there. Like, you're gonna put something out there, you don't want to have to like keep on having to go back and redo it over and over again.
Well, I wanted it to be good, and it was really critical to me. Like, I wanted the characters to still feel like themselves. I wanted to do justice to them. You know, it felt in a very real way like I was like giving them a voice back after a very long amount of time. And the sentimental sap that I am, I just wanted to do right by it.
Yeah. Now, there's also some work that you had to do to make sure all the text fit, right? So, like, for example, whenever you see yeah in text in this game, it's never Y-E-A-H, it's always Y-E-A, and that's it. How hard was that?
For acceptable.
Two things on that. So, I will give you one of two answers. The first one is short and stupid, and the second one is the interesting one you're actually looking for. The first one is Y-E-A is just how I've always spelled yeah. And
I mean, it's acceptable.
That's just me being dumb. It wasn't this is like the third or fourth time someone has been like, that's not how you spell yeah, and I'm like, I didn't know there was a wrong way to spell it.
Well,
I've seen
I was
both,
just more curious that, but like it's a neat way of saving space, though. Like I was just wondering how tight the limitations are exactly.
Very.
Are there lines where
there? Yeah. So that is actually there's a interesting answer for this. Okay. So the way, like you can see in the text boxes that when there's dialogue, there's enough space for there to be 3 rows of text, and that is how much is displayed sometimes, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So in some games, the way that they handle stuff like this is it kind of reads like a player piano, where you have a big line of sheet music, and if you have no notes being played, you just have a lot of blank space, right? Some games are like that, where basically you have blank space in your file where you can just choose to write text or choose to not write text and just have null bytes. This game does not work like that. This game, every place where you see text in any cutscene, not like when you're in the junk shop or something, but anytime that there's a cutscene or there's dialogue in a like in the pre or post mission, like mission start, mission complete screen, every row of text has a little bit of header code that says how many characters in bytes that row is allowed to write.
That is strange.
It is, and so it's double. It's kind of a double whammy, and I needed help figuring that out. So that where it says UV did some help with programming, that was where I don't think I would have figured it out on my own at first. So there's that little bit of leading code that says, here's how much text is allowed to be in this row, in this box. And then separate from that, the way that these are written out in the files are, it has in one cutscene, every first row is listed off back to back to back. And then every second row is listed off back to back to back, and so on. At the front of each of those different sections, so at the before all of the first rows, there's a little header that says, here's how many first rows are allowed to display. And then at the beginning of the second rows, it says, here's how many second rows are allowed to display. So I had to find where those were in a hex editor and do the math necessary to give myself extra rows and give myself extra characters everywhere that I needed to be able to write more. I needed to insert the bytes in exactly the right spot and not go above or below, because if even a single byte is off, the game crashes.
See, I kind of know what he's talking about, because like I actually have attempted a few retranslations of video games like Mystic Arc and Fire Emblem Gaiden, where you have to repoint headers and all that in a hex editor, and it is mind-bogglingly tedious, even when you figured it out, which itself is not a guarantee. So that's off
you. Because you can spend hours doing it and like trying very carefully to keep track of where everything is. Like I had an Excel spreadsheet with all of the updated text and what the old header was, and I had a formula written to tell me what the new header should be to accommodate that new amount of text and how many bytes I needed to input. I was being very precise, and even then, you could work on one cutscene file for an hour and not realize you made a mistake when you started, and now it crashes and you don't know where that mistake is, and you have to tediously go back through and comb through it. It happened so many times. I would like to say that I got better over time. I'm not sure that I did. It's so easy to mess up.
Well, I feel like with that kind of thing, it goes up, your skill level goes up and down, because on the one hand, like you do learn, you do have repetition, but on the other hand, you are just so tired of working so many hours for so little progress that you do start to get sloppy if you don't take like hiatuses.
It's like that meme of the dad from Coraline looking at his computer. That is how I felt many days.
Yeah. But yeah, like there's still no places in the game where like you look at a line and you remember what the original Japanese line was, and you're like, oh man, I wish I had found some way of working in those little extra nuances, but there's just too little space. Are there any instances like that?
At first, when I didn't know how to add extra lines, and that was when I was really, really like crunched for space. Because at first all I could do was extend the rows that were already there up to their maximum of 36 characters. The problem is that English as a language is so much more verbose than Japanese, and you express much longer ideas and sentences with fewer characters and less space. So it's really like it is a 1-2 hit combo of difficulty there. And when I couldn't fit more rows in, it was really, really hard. When I did figure out how to fit more rows in, it became much easier, because most of the dialogue does not utilize all 3 rows completely packed end to end. That's not super frequent. And the nice thing is, though, that even when that does come up, even though it still is like 1-for-1 character like count replacement, you have a lot more dialogue to work with to kind of rethink it in your head and say, well, how would I reimagine this and maybe make it like a little bit more brief, or like tweak this just a little bit here so it still keeps this to the right sentiment, but it fits and it sounds natural. There were really only a handful of places where like like maybe 3 times where I felt, gosh, I really wish I could get a 4th row in, or I really wish I could get a whole like extra text box in, and I just can't. Like that did not come up hardly ever.
Nice.
It was still a lot of work to reimagine a sentence and like to get it to fit. You know, like sometimes it's just, oh, well, now this word started here, but it's longer in English, so now I need to push it to the 2nd row, and that needs to push everything on the 2nd row to the 3rd row, and it's, you know, it's annoying and tedious, but I don't feel like I had to sacrifice quality of the dialogue just based on the space.
Nice. That's gotta be a golden feeling.
I did also force it to use a different font that gave it more room. The default font that looks perfectly fine in Japanese takes up, I think, 40 or 60% more space in English. But there's a second font, I think it's MS Gothic, that you can swap to that is a lot more tight, and it lets you save a lot of space.
Yeah,
Also,
I
it
remember
looks
concerns like that being a common thing when, like, early translation patches of, like, NES games in particular. Like, you would look and people would have, like, you know, your standard fixed with fonts and all of that, but then they would have random characters like THs or double Fs mashed together just to save space.
That's because
Without having to do too much.
That's because the fonts, all the letters are in these little bytes, these little 8x8 squares. And sometimes in order to get more text in, you'd have to... It's not just like ABC, it's like AB, AB, CD, CH, E. You know what I'm saying?
Some of them, if they were very
Also,
industrious,
look how huge Teasel is. He towers over these houses.
some games, if they were very industrious, would program their own like what is it?
Compression schemes?
I can't think of the word. Like their own character padding. Like especially games that would use basically graphics for text instead of an actual font. And so then you can really have like a dynamic width for each different kind of character, which also has the benefit of looking much nicer. I think I could technically have done that with this if I were smart enough to do that, but that is beyond my skill.
It sounds like a lot, and what we have is perfectly serviceable. So,
you know what? That I will take that.
Yeah, it is. Trust me on that.
Like, don't let perfection be the enemy of good enough, as I often say.
You know what? I say that a lot too.
Yeah, trust me. Like, your work was the best part of this game for me. And I even liked the gameplay, but your work is golden, Mega Alex.
That you're gonna make me teary over here. You can't make me cry on stream.
Well, I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true.
I appreciate that. I love Mega Man Legends more than any other game, more than any other kind of series. It is the thing that makes me happy in the world, and I am so happy that I got to give something back to the community and to the series that I love.
Yeah.
Question in the chat. Who coded the original in Japan? My understanding is that this was not outsourced, that this is truly a Capcom game. It was part of Capcom's, I think it was the Capcom Party service. I don't think we have actual credits for this game. I have gone looking because if I could have found them, I would have found a way to try to program them back in, but I could not find anything that was definitive as to who developed it, like what team it was. The most I could find is that Capcom did have, I think, sort of a team or a couple of teams of people who generally did work on mobile games at the time. So there's like kind of a list of likely names, but we don't know for sure, which is sad because some of the other mobile Mega Man games do have actual credits. I really wish we had that for this.
So, back to that thing about Japanese being really compact compared to English. I've actually studied quite a bit of Japanese, so I can expand on that a little bit. The thing with Japanese letters, like even just using the most basic writing system, most of their letters are the equivalent of 2 letters in English. So it's not just like A, B, C, it's like ba, bi, bu, be, bo, fa, fi, fu, like etc. etc. So already,
like kanji, which are like whole words or things like that.
Like kanji is basically like the equivalent of like painting words in the middle of painting pictures in the middle of an English sentence. Like imagine if someone wrote out your sword, but they wrote it out as your, and they drew a picture of a sword. That's kind of what kanji is like. So they get an idea in just one character that you need 5 characters in English to do. Like it's a lot. It's really space efficient as a language. So English translations run into that a lot.
You don't say.
Yeah. Well, yeah, just letting you know, Mega Alex. I wasn't sure if you were aware of that.
I don't know that it occurred to me. You know, there's a part of me that
run.
There's a part of me that wishes I had somehow like tracked how much time I spent working on it, but also I think I would be ashamed to know.
No, I would wear it with pride. Like, if you do something that takes genuine sacrifice and that people ultimately enjoy, I think that's worth doing, no matter what it is.
This is how much time I devoted to something I love.
Yeah.
I am proud of what I've done on this game, even not knowing how much time it was. Like, I've joked with people before. I'm like, yeah, no, this is what I want on my tombstone. Like, I'm ready to like walk around with a sandwich board that talks about this. I'm ready to just walk up to people on the street and say, hi, my name is Alex. I did the English fan translation patch for this crusty old Mega Man Legends game. So I want to say I love this. This is an area, this is a moment in the game that I have such nice things to say about. So I like, one thing that is kind of a letdown, a little disappointing, is that the boss fights are mostly reused. But
yeah,
this is such a good example here of, to me, really good game design. Because the boss on the first island is Bon Bon, and he's a lot easier. It is a straight, like, flat, no obstacles area that you fight him in. There's nothing to run into. There's no other traps. He has, less health, does less damage. His missile attack fires less missiles. It only fires 3. And then you graduate to the boss on the second island, and it's a rematch against him, so it's familiar. But now you've got hazards on the floor. You've got acid floor, and you've got conveyor belts that will push you into the acid, so you have to be very aware of where you're running and what you're doing. And Bon Bon is a lot more aggressive. He does a lot more damage. He takes a lot more punishments. He shoots 5 missiles now instead of 3. And I really like that. I feel like it is such a good natural progression from something that is easier and more straightforward to gently leading you to something that is, you are gonna have to be mindful. You are gonna have to watch where you're going. I really love how well they balance that. I really like it.
Yeah. Notice, for instance, I could not properly circle strafe by any means. I have tried that before, and I just end up knocked over in the acid, and then Bon is slamming me against a wall or something.
Okay, look at the lighting on the wall. Look at the lighting on the wall. I'm sorry.
Oops. Sorry.
Don't worry, we'll see.
Maybe we'll get another shot.
Yeah, you can see it behind. It'll come out, but like,
I see it. It's, that yellow glow behind Mega Man, right?
Yeah.
Oh, they're giving a flight.
This game uses like pseudo lighting and shadows.
Oh, see, behind Tron.
Yeah, it's crazy. It is crazy.
And behind her again.
Yeah, I've
Yeah,
seen
I
it
see
before,
what
but
you
I never
mean.
thought much about it.
They don't use it in this game, but the API for this platform supports dynamic fog.
Hmm.
And, you know, to give further praise to the boss fight, if you buy the hover shoes from the shop, they'll actually make you immune to those electric floors. So the game even gives an opportunity to reward you for being proactive and optimizing.
Yeah, the conveyor belts will still get in your way, though.
I mean, they do, but when you can walk all over the floor, and you can jump too. Like, you can
Yeah.
strafe while jumping. Go ahead, got the ship back up. Not sure how they did
So-
that before. Yeah.
We must have been wrapped in discussion of wonderful Mega Man things, but you got an item earlier on this island.
You're gonna have to be more specific. I
You
think I
got
know what
a-
you're talking about.
You got a stone.
You got the parts.
Well, you got the
Oh,
parts.
yes.
You also got a stone slab.
Yes, it did. It had some text written on it. And Fro.
We'll learn more about that later, but suffice it to say, Mega Man and Roll's pattern recognition is sort of called into
Rubbish.
question in this game.
I don't know if he. No, I think he does mention it to Roll. I think he mentions the names of the gates to roll in Legends 1. I don't think he mentions the names of the slabs to roll in this game. He fails to mention that he's been picking them up for the entire game.
Yep. And then Mega Man just kind of, like in Legends 1, hides all of these big realizations about his identity from Roll until like the end of Legends 2.
He's too busy. He's too busy digging for trash.
Let's see.
It is-
I'm
If I
gonna
were
grind on 2 more times.
If I were finding cool trash, I might forget to tell people about stuff too. I get it.
I suppose I do understand a love for shiny things.
That's another
yeah,
thing
he-
I do really like in this game is you really do get a sense for how much Mega Man just likes going on digs. That it's just fun for him. It's just what he likes to do. And
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, Mega Man actually is a little more of a scrapper in the Legends games than he is in a lot of the other ones, where he's like, no, why must we fight? Isn't there any way we can talk this out? And he does do that a little bit in the Dash series, but he's
It's
nowhere
not his
near as
first
hung
go-to.
up on it.
It's not his first go-to, but when push comes to shove, Walnut is ready to bring the violence.
Like, and you really see that with the way he handles Mega Man Juno at the end of Legends 1 and Namco X Bandai, where basically the moment he shoots him, he sees him, he's like, shoot, kill, must
Yeah.
slay him as fast as possible.
That is the thing. If you're not going to play Namco X Capcom, or if you don't want to read like through the whole script, that moment when he sees Mega Man Juno again for the first time,
Like,
that
he is out for blood.
it is immediate. Like that's not Walnut anymore. That's Trigger. Like he is
Yeah.
like, I'm going to put you in the ground.
Yeah. And like, Juno's like, dude, I don't even remember you. Or do I?
He doesn't at first, and then he does, and he gets kind of angry and pissed off, and it gets really creepy. Like I would love to see that like in a 3D scene with voice acting, with like all the expressions and stuff. I would really enjoy seeing that because I imagine it being properly harrowing.
Yeah, like, I'm a perfect bureaucratic unit. My record is perfect. How can I keep failing? No, it's not my fault. It's your fault.
I love that
this crazy smirk.
I love that the Legends characters got such a prominent arc in that game. That was really nice that they got their flowers.
Oh, and you'll notice that Princess Eve is choosing to max out his rapid stat instead of his power stat, which is unlike what you would usually do in like Legends 1 and Legends 2, but there's a very good reason for that. Why don't you tell him, Eve?
Yeah, I commented on this earlier. Basically, all good. But basically, I am trying to balance out how powerful my Buster is related to how many shots I can fire over like a given second or so. And it turns out that to a degree, when you're at this level of attack power, it's better to upgrade your rapid stat so you can fire more shots as opposed to upgrading your attack stat. Part of the reason, I guess, is because your attack stat goes up linearly over time. Like, your base Buster does 1 damage, I think. Maybe 2, I don't remember. And then each point of attack just gives you 1 more additional point of damage.
Yeah, completely linear.
Yeah. Whereas Mega Man Legends 1
like
is a little bit weird. And in that the last point gives you like 2.5 points worth for some reason. And then you have whatever the heck Legends 2 has going on for
It's an exponential growth curve. That game, they just decided it's all power, all the way. Screw the rest of the stats.
But yeah, principally, it's all about just maximizing your DPS, and I've more or less mathed it out. Not that I've looked at any kind of code or anything, it's just some rough measurements and a little bit of math.
So, there's a little nuance to that I noticed when I was looking
Denise,
at
I'm sorry.
Spreadsheets. Okay, Denise.
Don't worry, the Mega Man Legends speedrunners love her too.
Denise is my favorite side character in this whole series. I love her so desperately, and when I first started playing this game for the first time, I had completely forgotten that she was in it, and I got so excited.
Let's see. For your post, XZS and chat, you might be thinking of Project Cross Zone. Namco Cross Capcom, I think that was on PS2, wasn't it?
It was PS2, it was Japanese only, but my understanding is there is a English fan translation patch for it.
I only played the first Cross Zone, so I don't really know the details too much.
This is technically Denise's nicest character model. The character models, the 3D character models in Misadventures of Tron Bonne are like extra super duper crunchy low poly because all the cutscenes use the 2D animated sprites instead. So this is the nicest Denise has ever looked. I think that someone keen-eyed noticed that her face is looks like it's based off of the librarian from Mega Man Legends 1, like it's a mod of that.
Oh god, speaking of her, it's a running meme in the Mega Man Legends speedrunner community that the librarian just looks like Blue from Pokemon.
Oh my god, now I can't unsee it. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I have ruined your life.
Blue escaped his game and is hiding out in the Catalogs Island library.
I wonder, which came out first? Pokemon Red and Green or Legends 1?
I think Pokemon did, because Legend... Well, no, I don't know, because Legends 1 was 96? No, 97, because it would have been It was the
Then it would be
series...
Pokemon.
It was... Legends was the franchise 10-year anniversary.
Okay, I see. Yeah, Pokemon Red and Green is February 27th, 96, I want to say.
Then yeah, Red and Green would definitely have been before before Legends.
Lose escaped.
So
Something small here. There is ice physics in this game. I'm kind of jumping to avoid it, but yeah, we are sliding.
I think that the floor is actually reflective here.
Oh, yeah, it definitely is. You can kind of see it, like if I'm looking at this corner here.
I mean, technically, that could just be like the same models underneath the ice and the it could just be, instead of a reflection, it could just be the same model but flipped upside down. And
yeah, that's a standard trick.
Like it could be either way. Like someone took the time to program that and make it work and make it look good, and it's a really nice visual effect.
Yeah,
the fact that it's a question means they did a good job.
So, I feel like the answer canonically to Mega Man gunning down all the police ships here is that they must be like remote controlled. The game doesn't address it. I do in my mind think it's really funny to imagine that they are in fact manned, but they're like, the police officers inside of them are like hunched over on like a little bicycle that's powering it.
Well,
Mega Man
so
just really hates the
tiny.
cops.
Like, how do you even fit in there? They have to be remote controlled.
These are the same. It's the same mesh or close to it as the ships from Misadventures of Tron Bonne, but in that game, the scale is based on you being in the Gustav, which is much larger. So they do look weird being this small.
A sewer level. I hate it when games resort to this. You can always tell they start running out of ideas when they resort to sewers.
I'll be honest, this is where the game starts to really establish its own identity dungeon-wise from Legends 1 and 2. Like, this is the first level in the game where I started to get properly lost.
Yeah.
I have the map of the game open right next to me, if that tells you anything.
This is the part of the game where the game tells you if you don't wake up right now, you are going to have a bad time.
Yep.
Also, I kind of mistimed my joke. There was a joke there, but I counted on this cutscene ending like much earlier, so kind of fell flat there.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
I think it was this cutscene where Denise says something like, you were gonna sneak into the town, or like, what are you doing here? Are you trying to sneak into the town? And Mega Man says, yeah. And Roll over the intercom, over the radio, is like, Mega Man, you don't have to be so honest.
Let's see. So I got the drill arm because I could buy a part after the second Bond boss. I'm gonna grab a few items just to kind of show them off. We've been passing by these walls that look like I could hyper shell them down, but they have holes in them. Those are the ones that we were meant to use the drill arm for. No, you cannot use one for the other type for some god-awful reason. So you have to swap back and forth. Sometimes you need one, then the other to fully complete a level. It's annoying. But it is what it is.
I would really like if a Legends game went full Legend of Zelda tilt and had a concept of special weapons that aren't even special weapons anymore, really. They're just utility items. So you get maybe a slot that is explicitly for a utility typed weapon to bring with you, and that could be like a drill arm, or maybe sometimes it could be something like, I don't know, like a grappling hook or something
or a fire extinguisher or something like that.
Or fire, yeah, something like that. Like something that gives the gameplay a more lateral sense and doesn't make you feel like you're tethered to only bringing one thing and you have to choose do the most damage or be the most fun type of weapon, or something that will be functionally useful. Don't have to pick between them or just come back.
That would be good.
Put Tatsunoko versus Capcom Walnut in a game? Yes. Because he whips out basically half the roster of all his special weapons at a moment's notice. He has melee attacks. That model actually also looks really nice. There is something about it. Like, I know technically his model in Smash is higher poly and better, but there is something about his Tatsunoko versus Capcom model that looks like just the right amount of kind of low poly-ish that it makes it feel like it fits really well with the OG games.
Oh, that hurts. I'll just run through you.
Yeah. You
The
can kind
enemies
of
don't
see
do a
how
lot of
little I
damage in
care
this
about
game.
fighting enemies. Got that speedrunner blood in me. I don't have time for your nonsense.
So while there's empty space, I do want to go back to the whole power versus rapid stat thing. So
Go right ahead.
Eve mentioned that power scaled mostly linearly, and rapid is mostly the same in this game, where like you do like 0.3 more shots per second with each point of rapid, but for whatever reason, there is an insane, and I do mean insane, jump between +6 rapid and +7 rapid, to where you go from like firing 3 shots every second to like 5 shots every second. Like almost twice the firing rate from +6 to +7.
In Five Islands?
Yeah, there is. Like looking at the charts that Princess Eve charted out. And that's part of why, like, you can have a relatively low firing power, but if you have max rapid, like, that's better than if you had max attack, but a moderate rapid. Like, you can even see it if you beat the Area 2 boss, where, like, with max power but moderate rapid, you can beat him in, like, 19 seconds. But with the inverse, you get it in, like, 17 seconds. Like, it's kind of crazy.
So, I'm looking up the code for that now. It takes the total of all of the rapid. It takes the total like rapid bonus that you get from all your buster parts. It adds it together. You have a base cooldown of something like 5.333 or 0.5333 seconds. Not 5 seconds. That would be crazy. And then it looks like it just subtracts from the total. It just subtracts the rapid stat. It doesn't look. I mean, there could totally be something weird somewhere else that I just like. It's hidden and it's like some weird side case behavior. I don't see it.
In the strict interest of fairness, all I did for my thing was like I just straight up timed the number of frames it took for some threshold of like number of shots to get past some marker in a second or something like that. I don't remember the exact details. This was like a year ago. So like, as to say, it was based on like actual experimental stuff as opposed to looking at anything rigorous, I guess you could say.
I mean, again, like, so I have like over time, I never really stopped messing with its code. I have like gotten readable names for most of the fields and classes and methods and stuff, so I can read a lot of it just in plain English now. I'm looking at the place where that part's coded, and I don't see anything that shows that it like bumps up at a point there. But again, in all fairness, like devil's advocate, something else in a totally unrelated place in the code could be doing it that I just am not seeing right in front of me right now. Like, nothing would surprise me. Absolutely nothing would surprise me. I would totally believe that could be right.
Yeah, there could be absolutely weird things in this game. I 100% believe that because, like, Legends 1 is my go-to example. Eve, pay attention. Stop hitting the icicle.
No, it didn't do that much damage. I mean, you're almost full health, so...
Yeah, I'm also just a little bit lost. I'm kind of like autopiloting while trying to talk.
I love that this game has multiple different kinds of traps in it. Like, that's fun. That's nice. They really did. They did so much with this.
Yeah,
So
I 100% could be a bad counter, and yeah, the Legends games sometimes do weird stuff. Like, my go-to example of this is the attack stat in Legends 1. Your base damage for your Buster is 24 points per shot. Every attack unit that you get above that is 8 additional points, except for that last one, which contributes like 20 for some reason. I don't know why. That's just how it is.
That always has been... That's always weirded me out as well. But that said, like, that did seem to be how it was with the rapid stat. Like, looking at Eve's stat spreadsheets, like, +6 was like 3.16 shots a second, and then +7 was like 5. I was like, whoa. And when I tested it out, that seemed to bear fruit, because like I was beating Bond faster with the max rapid setup than with the max power. Although eventually it's not going to matter anyway, because like the game gives you yet another accessory pack, Gamma, where it just boosts all your stats without even needing the Buster Max, because the game's generous like that.
Yeah, I've actually mapped out every Buster combination you can get. There are 3 that completely max your stats, and there are plenty more beyond that that actually max the stats that you care about. As opposed to Legends 1, where at best you can max 2.5 stats.
The default Buster delay should be about 0.53333 seconds in between shots, and then the max cooldown should, according to what I'm seeing, should be 0.13333 seconds in between shots.
So about 1 per second versus about 8 per second?
About 1 per half second ish, like a little north of half second, versus 1 like every 15th of a second almost.
Gotcha.
And it does show that there should be a hard cap on it. There could be other craziness that like maybe that hard cap is being treated differently. Like I could totally see it being like reading the internal like millisecond clock and doing some shenanigans with it, but it does explicitly say like if the Buster cooldown exceeds a certain amount, to just like set it at that fixed lowest rate is what it's supposed to do. Granted, again, nothing would surprise me.
Now, this level is actually pretty short, isn't it? Like, you can almost kind of just go straight to the exit, and there's only, like, 2 chests, right?
Yeah, pretty much. That building right in front of me right here, that's my exit.
Yeah.
That's where I go. Though there is an invisible wall up, I cannot cross that ledge, even if I knew how to jump across that fast.
Oh.
Now, something that I can jump across, that I technically should be able to, not like it matters, is this. Ah, so close.
Yeah, I found that too. The timing's a little finicky on that one, though.
Yeah.
And the height. Like, it's one of those things where, like, you feel, like, so accomplished when you do it, but you probably spent more time doing it than you would have just doing it the normal way.
Yeah, what's funny is in, like, every time I've done this in a speedrun setting, I've always gotten it first or second try.
It's not about saving time, it's about pride.
It's about
There we go.
Congrats. I have saved, like, 5 seconds, because to get that gate lowered, the switch is, like, over there in a distant corner. Like, you can barely see it,
It's that little yellow thing in the southeastern corner.
Yeah. Like, it does not save much time. I'm not supposed to be doing that. But, swag.
Yeah. It's not like you take a lot of damage. I thought there were only 2 chests in this level. I think I might have
Yeah, this one
missed
is...
one.
Yeah, this one's just kind of hidden real hard in this corner right here. And then there's that one that's kind of obvious.
Huh. Learn something new every day. Now, try not to be too depressed, but we're gonna see Barrel Casket again, and he might have put on some weight between games.
Look, he's old. He deserves a good meal every now and then.
Man.
It's been a long time since Mega Man Legends 2. Dude's been out of work.
I don't know if he looks more overweight, but it does look like his hunchback is worse.
I love how sassy he is in this game.
Yeah.
And I also love this animation that he does as soon as he figures out that like Mega Man's being accused of being a crook. Like, whoa!
His
Look at
beard
that.
just grows.
You have to remember, this was supposed to be on like a 3-inch phone screen.
Look at his laugh.
I love though that he goes along with it at first, like, Mega Man, I can't believe you would do such a thing.
No, Mega Man did rob a bank.
Obligatory Catalogs reference.
Mhm. I wonder if he sees a lot of Mega Man in Denise, just in how earnest she is.
He does call her feisty.
Or maybe a lot of roll in her.
I love that Denise gets to meet Mega Man and Roll and Barrel. I love it so much.
Yeah.
But again, like, I am a very biased source for Denise. Like, I will be out here campaigning for Denise to be in Mega Man Legends 3, 4, and 5. I'm out here campaigning for Denise Marmalade to get her own game. Justice for Officer Denise Marmalade.
Is that her last name?
Yes, it is.
Oh my god. Also, Roll is very not dressed weather appropriately.
Yeah, where's her brown jacket? Where's her coat?
Well, I mean, it's not like it mattered, because I'm pretty sure even when she wore the coat, it's not like she put on any, like, jeans or anything, so I don't know how much that did for her.
So here's
she didn't
my...
put on jeans for Legends 2, right?
She did not. Here is my pointless desire for like a Legends remake or a future Legends game. I want, when they go to a different biome like this, I want them to get like barely different outfits. I want them to have like cold weather attire. I want Roll to have her brown coat again, and I want Mega Man to have his like tan yellowish scarf that he has in some of the concept art.
Oh, yes.
That would look so cool, like blowing around behind him when he's running, or like in like a snowy like blizzard. That would look so cool.
Oh, I'm picturing it now. That's a great idea.
Right. And then after you get to the area where he wears it for the game, it unlocks it as like a optional cosmetic that you can take on and off whenever you want.
Also, speaking of graphical things, shout out to the devs for inventing a whole new Reaverbot type here.
Oh yeah, I thank you for mentioning. I think this is the only one, but yeah, this is a whole new Reaverbot exclusive to 5 Islands.
In all honesty, it looks like it just arrived from the police bot, though.
Yeah, but you know what? I'll still take it.
And also shout outs to the architectures of this city for managing to build these wooden doors and these giant node mounds. How did they do it?
Okay, I did not know that you could shoot them with the buster if you were just like barely far enough away from them.
Yeah, Theo told me that last night.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel
Yeah.
so vindicated that I'm not the only one that did not know, because I'm over here just rage baiting myself because you can't damage them from behind like you can in both of the other PS1 games.
Yep. I thought you had to use like the hyper shell or the buster cannon or anything explosive, but no. Just got to be the right distance.
So that's the other thing too, is I think in 1, but I know for sure in 2, you can disarm them with the drill arm. You cannot disarm them with the drill arm in this game. Is the hyper shell or nothing?
Yeah, like for me, when I first played this game, I made it a point to like really experience it. So I personally slew every single enemy in the game on my first playthrough, and I just ran into these guys. And I'm like, there's no way that like the hyper shell is the only way you're meant to like beat them. Like
That's what's in the code. I could change it, but that is what is in the code.
Well, I so stubbornly clung to the belief that there's no way like such game design would pass that I just sort of accidentally found the exploit to make it so. I was like,
You also can't hit them when
"Aha!"
you're behind them either, which is unacceptable to me.
Yeah.
Well, to be
But I was
fair,
like-
I think the gold ones in Legends 1 can be hit from behind, but not the silver ones.
Oh, I didn't realize
And they-
that.
I think.
they don't-
I think.
I know
they
in
don't
Legends
always
2,
fight-
all of them you can hit them from behind, I think.
Well, the one in Legends 1s, they're not always defending either. Sometimes they'll be marching straight towards you while firing.
Uh-huh.
They do have different behavior between the... That is interesting that a bunch of the Reaver bots get very different behavior patterns between the two games.
Yeah.
It may or may not seem like it here, but they do all have unique behavior patterns in this game. Some of them might be similar, and their code might have been like as a template copy pasted to be like, you know, streamlined to make one from the other, but they all do have unique code bases for them.
Really? They're not just recolors, huh?
They're not, so like one like Horoko to another, you can have different colors, and those ones are just recolors. They do, well, in all fairness, I think that they all have the same logic. They just have different stats. They can have different attack power and health and stuff. But logic from one type of enemy to another, like Horoko compared to Shadokurusu or Gotobesu, they all have unique logic code bases.
Gotcha.
For those who don't know the Japanese, the Horokos are like the standard Reaver bot that you think of, like the very first one that comes
They
to
look
mind.
like dolls.
Yeah, and the Gorobesu are those shield guys that we've been talking about.
And the Sharukurusus are the ones that are like,
Yeah,
They're the ones that can turn. They're the ones that can turn invisible in Mega Man Legends 1 and give you heart palpitations.
Oh
yeah,
god,
the
yes.
scary
I have
ones.
always been scared of them. Like, as a kid, I was dead frightened of those. I still have, like, that reaction going into,
It
like,
doesn't
June
help.
right now.
That some of the ruins in Mega Man Legends 1 are just spooky white noise.
Yeah.
Like, at, you know, one moment you're like, la la la, above ground, everything is bright and colorful and cartoon characters, anime adventure, and then the next second it's like, did we wander into Silent Hill? Is this a survival horror game now?
God. Nothing makes you think that the Shirukusus, or we just call them Shacks, are just demon spawn than Downtown Subcity when you're on a speed run, because they will come from behind and absolutely obliterate you. Like, they straight up two-shot you. They are nasty. And it is so scary.
yeah, especially on hard. Like, towards the end, like, if you're playing on hard difficulty, they can, like, wipe out your health bar in only, like, 1 to 2 blows.
I'm sorry, did you just jump up from underneath?
Yeah, I was wondering if anyone noticed that. Physic.
I did not know you could do that.
Well, I mean,
This is something I found out because I just tend to jump by default.
Kind of reminds me of the Wizard of Oz game for the SNES. You know, the one the AVGN reviewed where you could, like, fall through platforms?
That's the cruelest
Oh,
thing
God.
anyone has ever said about a game that I love.
I'm sorry, but it's how it is.
No, that's valid.
Now, these are how you're supposed to fight the shield guys,
Yes.
in my opinion.
Right. I was just so stubborn about there's no way that's the only way it could be done that I just found by accident a way you could do it without it. I was like, aha! That's how
Oh my
the
God.
game dev meant you to do it.
The reason I never figured out that you could hit them from far enough away is because I never equip range.
Well, to be fair, do I even have a range right now?
You do. You have +3 with the accessory
Oh,
pack.
so I do.
That's
Thank
part
God.
of how it was. So you kind of just, that's the other thing, you kind of just get range anyway because you're equipping accessory packs all the time.
Did we all just, like a half hour ago, dump on range as a stat and then in real time realize that we were kind of wrong?
Ah,
I
crap, you're
always
so
kinda
right.
knew, but I didn't want to like honestly, it
Editor,
is
remove
still
this from the
kind of a
VOD.
dumb stat. It's just that you, like, the thing with range is that you never have to go out of your way to, like, focus on it. Like, in all the games,
Yeah.
like, you do want, like, +2 or 3 for, like, the end bosses, but all the buster parts are so overpowered by that point that you just kind of wind up with it without effort.
There's times though where you think that you don't need the range and you don't realize how much you need it until it's just out of arm's reach.
Yeah, just like the Falcon Gerald, your very first playthrough.
Oh my God. Or literally every single playthrough I've ever had against it.
Ugh.
I will never learn my lesson. I will be on my deathbed and still not equip range against Balkan Gerard.
Like, honestly, that's probably the reason why the devs let you retreat from the fight midway through it, even though the cutscene just before had Tron freaking about how she's like, but it might, like, die, right? And she's like, who cares? As long as we're out of the way, the treasure will be all ours. And then Tron's like, I shouldn't care. I shouldn't. I'm a pirate. And then it turns out it was never a problem anyway, because they were totally cool just letting them go. Whatever.
I mean, they know Mega Man has to go to that set of ruins. So, like, you know, he's gonna be back.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But at least that way they can say that, like, they gave him a fair shot. Like, they were merciful. They had standards. They don't do dirty things like take hostages or anything, as this game established.
They have a sense of honor.
Yeah.
So I do like how I feel like we've gotten to the point now where the ruins are definitely at that, this is an actual video game, this is real video game design, this is like an actual 3D area to be explored. You could get lost here, you need a map, you could come back and like explore every nook and cranny. Like at some point this game graduates from, oh, this could just be a fun, cute little throwaway thing to, oh my gosh, they went the extra mile and then they went a bunch of miles after that.
Yep.
Yeah, like, they like
I believe
tried.
I believe this is the first level where if you want to get everything, you have to make 2 trips. No, wait, 3-1 is the first one, I think.
Yeah, it starts pretty early, I think.
I thought 1-1 was the first one.
Okay.
Or you said 3 trips, not 2 trips.
I meant 2. I was thinking Hyper Shell and Drilled Arm. But yeah, I
What
guess
does
1-1
that
also
word
does
mean?
A stone slab with the word prototype on it,
Yeah, like,
and another mysterious earthquake.
no, really, what it does prototype mean? That's what Mega Man was asking there.
I love
prototype.
I love
Roll,
the
help
lore
me read
drops.
this.
I love the lore drops this game gives us.
Yeah,
So
in case anyone has missed that, something that this game has been hinting at for quite a bit with this like segment on Island 3 is that each island, or at least some of the islands, have this like climatological control system on it, maintaining the climate on that island. That's the reason why we're here, in fact, why Beryl came here, because the climate control system here has gone haywire. And we need to figure out how to fix it, because the permafrost on this island is melting. So think about that. That's something that's underneath basically every island with some sort of civilization. Something built by the ancients that could just go haywire at any time.
Yeah. Shame there's no bureaucratic units on these islands.
no joke, that would have been such a cool final boss or like secret boss for this game. Would have been like another Mega Man unit.
It's actually kind of what I was expecting my first playthrough, but what we got instead, well, we'll get to that when we get to it. Oh, this is one of those return fetch quests with Barrel's book from one area to giving it to this kid in this area?
Yep, some of those fetch quests are a thing.
See, I love that. I love that.
And that gave you a really good Buster part, too.
Yep.
So all the characters in here, they're of course like they're just flat GIF images. They're not 3D models, but they are GIF images of 3D models from Mega Man Legends 2. These are all NPCs, like NPC models from Mega Man Legends 2. And even though like you only see them in this one place and they have a finite number of things you can say, they still have something different between every mission. And they still, some of them have you coming back to do missions from later islands. Like I love that. It adds so much character to them. A bunch of them have their own like little stories. I think that's such a nice touch.
Yeah, this actually started way earlier on Island 1 too. There was a quest that I missed where you could deliver this letter from one girl on Island 1 to her pen pal on Island 4. And bear in mind, this game only released with 2 islands initially. They planned all 5, but the subsequent 3 islands came out like a month or so later.
I think they were. I've read they were 2 weeks apart, but that could also be wrong, or I could be misremembering.
Yeah, something like that. Let's see. Do I want this?
Oh, I do also love that some of the items they will sell you or trade you are literally highway robbery. Like, they rip you off.
Yeah, I was just checking my guide. I know what, like, in my guide, the optimal DPS space setup. I'm fine with what I have. I don't need to spend 12k on that.
There's, like, one NPC that will sell you an accessory pack for, like, 50,000 zenny. And
yep, I already have that.
That is the biggest rip-off in the whole game.
It does feel like it, though.
It's because it's only like a +1, and you get a better accessory pack, I think, on the next island.
We might be thinking of...
This is an accessory pack Omega.
Oh, yeah, this is the one that I bought for 50k.
It's
the one that I find that's the regular accessory pack is just some treasure in a ruin. Accessory pack alpha is what I just denied buying for 12k.
Hold please, let me check.
Don't worry, I'm also checking.
Let me consult the texts. Literally, let me consult the CSV file.
Is my guide on GameFAQs? Yes, it is. That is my guide. In fact, while I have a little bit of time, there's a link. Self-promotion, I am going to get banned. Let's see. I believe I'm good on side quests, so let's go ahead and go.
Don't worry. When we get there, we'll see it.
Oh, duh.
Oh.
I don't know why the music changes like this, like she's about to be the final boss or something.
Okay. There is an accessory pack alpha for 12,000
Yes,
zenny.
okay. That is a ripoff.
For 12,000
Yeah.
zenny. But I swear there's another one that's 50,000 and he doesn't tell you what it is.
Okay, he does. Yeah, he doesn't tell you what it is.
No, so on this one he does.
I
So this
remember.
one is Island
3.
Yes. And he says, you're searching the ruins, right? Want to buy an accessory pack alpha for 12,000 zenny? It'll be useful.
Yes, the accessory pack Omega. That's what
Omega's on
Texas
Island
got,
2
yeah.
for 50k,
Yeah.
and you're not told what it is.
Like it is pretty the price is pretty outlandish, but it actually is a pretty good part.
It's a good
Yeah.
part, but I swear you can get one in the game elsewhere for free.
You can get a
Um,
regular one, just accessory pack, in like level 2-4, 2-5, something like that.
I mean, technically there is the Buster Max after you beat the final level, which is kind of for free, but I don't
Yeah.
think that's what you mean, right?
No. Let me see. Had something. I'm curious now.
Oh man, it's a shame those explosions did absolutely nothing to the shield guy.
Yeah, because I just barely missed. You have to hit him head on.
Yeah, that's the other thing about this game is like it really doesn't have explosion mechanics, so you'll have these sprites, but they'll just pass right through you.
So, in a mild little curiosity right here, right at this segment right here, there's this little wall that I could drill arm through. Hold that thought for 5 seconds.
Okay.
Here's another one that I could drill arm through. If I look at the map, it's like this little rectangle to my left here. It does absolutely nothing. There's no item there, no enemy there. It's like the most mild of shortcuts ever. I don't know why it's there, other than to help you get lost.
Someone.
No, you saved it like 2 seconds if you got the drill arm.
Some developer
No.
put the first one in there, and someone said, "Why did you do that? That's not hardly stopping anything." And the dev looked back at them and put the second wall in 5 feet away, and was like, "There." That's my headcanon.
Oh, but believe us, the decisions don't stop there. There's gonna be some designs later on that are gonna leave you scratching your head.
And we're goofing on this here and there, but again, like I can't say enough nice things about this game, and
Me neither.
I hope the people who did make it had as much fun making it as we have playing it, because I absolutely love it.
Yeah, me too. Like, I would have volunteered for this if I wasn't already doing Mega Man Legends 2. That's kind of like my game, so to speak. So have to do that one for this marathon.
So earlier we brought up the Dash Shoes Omega, the things that combine the jump springs and the jet skates. Here they
Oh,
are.
there they are.
They will be sold later.
Yeah.
This is not a get everything and keep it type of run.
No. That would be my run. Well, actually, my run sells a few things, but it at least
I
gets
mean, I could do that type of run using a little bit of tech, sort of, but we'll save that for later. Just know that the run would be incredibly boring.
Yeah, it would be. Like I've mentioned this before, but this game has a nasty habit of forcing you to revisit areas multiple times if you want to get all the treasures in them.
Oh, that's not what I meant. I meant like if you wanted to get and keep everything.
Oh, yeah.
In other words, get all this stuff without selling the green eye, without selling this or that.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but even in that kind of run, you would initially sell the green eye, but then you'd like get it back later with this sort of trick that will show on 4-6, I believe it is.
So you knew, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh no, it's fine. But yeah, if I were to do that type of speedrun, I guess that's what I would do. But I've never done that type of speedrun, and I don't think I will.
I reckon I blame you. All right.
Actually, I guess... Nothing, go ahead.
All right, so I'm not sure if this is the scene, but I might include a content advisory warning here. You're gonna hear a horrible sound, the sound of impending doom. So if any of y'all have some pre-existing psychiatric conditions, you may want to mute this video right now, because there's an alarm coming up here.
What you're talking about.
All right. This is the one. This is the sound of impending doom.
Now that you bring it up, it gives me that kind of vibe of like the emergency alert system. When whenever you're under a tornado warning and then all that crap just blares off the TV and gives you nightmares when you're 3 years old. Let's see.
That actually sounded a little better on your emulator than it does on mine. It's a lot more muted on mine, so it's just like... I'm like, really? That's your alarm sound, huh?
So, some of the sound effects in this are really weird. They're conversions of actual wave audio, presumably from the PS1 games. That's why, like, the sound effects of, like, the Buster shooting and a bunch of things sound identical, because it is the same sound effect with barely any compression on it. But some of the sound effects are just, like, MIDI instrument sounds. Like, it's just, like, a flute or a drum or something, but, like, with the right tone, pitched in a certain way for it to sound like something else. So some of them on different emulators that are running different audio libraries do sound peculiar.
Yeah.
Regarding your question, XZS, can I equip the same Buster part twice? No. You can only ever get any Buster part once, and you can only equip it once.
Do you want me to change that?
Well,
I imagine you can, can't you? Like, I know how it works in Legends 1. It's not like you have item then quantity. It's just a flag. So, like, I've had weird runs where I just equip, like, 3 Buster Maxes for the lulz.
If I really wanted, I could change it to where you have, like, infinity billion of every item for funsies. I would actually, one thing I would like to do someday would be to add a like an adapter plug.
Oh.
So yeah, where you could have a third Buster part equipped.
The Buster parts would need to be rebalanced quite a bit to make that work, though, because as is, you get like max Buster stat builds several times over.
I mean, even if I didn't add an adapter plug, I feel like if I were going to change stuff, I would throw out half of the Buster parts because you are just literally drowning in them.
Yeah. In case anyone has been keeping track,
Code trigger confirmed. Lore drop.
like there are more tiers of Buster part in this game than there are any other ones. And the way that it has been localized, you have the base tier of Buster part, say Power Razor. Then you have the Alpha tier and the Omega tier, which are already kind of like in Legends 1 and 2. Then there's also a Beta tier, a Gamma tier. And I believe some parts may have an X tier as well. Maybe that's meant to be Kai, I don't know. But probably X.
So the thing of it is that's kind of the case in Legends 1, 2 in the Japanese script. So like if you look at Power Razor, it's like Power Razor Alpha, Omega, and like Power Razor SP Plus or something. But when they localized it, they changed that to Laser.
Yep, that's kind of like how it works in this game too in the Japanese version. They have, in the Japanese version, just the basic Buster part, I think. There's also a Light tier, a Plus tier, an SP tier, and something like that.
So, I gave myself permission to take some creative liberties there, because a lot, like y'all just said, that's how this was done in this Japanese version and some of the other ones. So I told myself, well, if it was how it was localized in the games that were officially released for the PlayStation in English, I don't have any problem localizing it the same way. I like it because it's familiar to me. There is one other place where I did take a small creative liberty with localization. That's the biggest thing that I've done, and that is later in the game.
Right. Like, I think the way you localized the Buster parts makes complete sense. Because, like, you could localize the +4 as, like, Laser, but then what do you do about the +5, which is, like, Power Blaster X or something?
That's
like,
what I was doing at
Laser
first.
Plus?
I was going off of the Legends 1's names at first, and I, number one, decided I liked the Alpha, Omega. I liked the names from 2 better. And then also, because we have all these extra tiers now, I was like, well, it's very easy to just add in Beta and Gamma. Like, that's a very established, like, flow to go up.
Yeah, totally.
The one other area where I made a personal call, and y'all can take me to fan jail for this, is the names of the areas on the last island. I did fudge those just slightly because I thought they sounded very awkward to say with a direct translation, and I think that they sound cooler and more Legends consistent.
I feel like I ran into that problem when I was looking at the translation. Let me see.
It's like all the towers are named for where they are in their, like, geographical location. So you have, like, Northwestern Tower, South Tower. I wasn't even that. It was something close to that. No, it was Vague Direction Tower, and I went with sub towers, and then instead of Central Tower, I think I did Main Tower.
Yeah, I think this makes more sense.
It to me is consistent with sub gates and main gate from Mega Man Legends 1.
Like, it's really the exact
for
same
reference,
setup,
real quick,
too.
I have my max DPS Buster set up now. We have 2 islands to go.
Chat wants to know if Omega is the highest tier of item. Omega is
midway.
Omega gives you max of whatever stat you have. of whatever
No?
stat the item is for, except for no, not for all of them, no.
Oh wait,
Some
no.
of them are.
No, you're right.
Some of them are, some of them are not. Because some of them are dual. Some of them are dual. Like the Power Blaster is +4 attack and +3 rapid, so it's not max. But that's because it's not a single stat item. But Buster Unit Omega, Rapid Fire Omega, and Range Booster Omega are all max to their individual stats. But then there are some like single items that there's only one of that. Like there's a Buster Unit X that gives you +4 to attack and +5 range, but it takes you like you can't get it till later in the game, and it's very, very expensive.
Yeah, you're right on that. In fact, we're about to get like I believe Power Razor Omegas in this level. Yeah, I should have known that. That's my bad.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm cheating.
well-
I'm looking at the CSV for it, but
I mean, I have my guide open in front of me, so.
Ooh, do you hear that Doom soundtrack?
God, yes.
the music on Iroquois Island goes so hard.
Yeah.
Like, this is one of those internet memes of like, it's just a flip phone game. It doesn't need to have music that will absolutely blow your mind, but it does.
They didn't have to go that hard, but they did. For the love of the game. Literally, for the love of the game. But yeah, going back to what Eve was talking about with maxing out your attack and rapid so early for a near optimal buster, this game really does go out of its way to set you up for as much as possible to make sure you don't have too many troubles with it, which in some ways that can make it like a little unbalanced and easy, but I gotta tell
Well, it was
you,
never
I'm
meant to
glad they
be.
went.
I'm sorry.
I'm
I'm sorry. Go
glad
ahead.
they went. Like, I'm really glad they went with that approach rather than like the opposite extreme, like say Superman 64, which
Oh
had like
God.
3 difficulties, and like on the hardest difficulty, they force you to restart the level if you get even one mission wrong instead of checkpoints like the lowest difficulty, and they'll be like, "Oh, you beat 80% of the game, but you did it on a lower difficulty, so you don't get to play the final levels until you do all this on Superman difficulty."
I think
So you want to
they.
see something annoying?
Yeah,
There's a hole in the hole. There's a hole in this wall right here. It's
yeah, you
hard
can
to
barely
see.
see it.
I think that they were aware that. Like, I think that they were aware of how much harder it would be to control without a controller, and like we were
Yeah.
never meant to play it with a controller like we are now.
Exactly. like
Another thing too with the Buster parts and stats and stuff that we've failed to mention, but is a big elephant in the room. There's no energy stat for the Buster.
Thank God.
I
That's
mean-
Does it ever make a difference anyway? Really?
Well,
no,
but-
it absolutely does.
Yeah, but without any energy boosts in Mega Man Legends 1 and 2, you can only have 3 Buster shots active on screen at any given time. Which means that even if you increase your range and your speed, you'll still cap yourself on how much damage you can do because you literally can't have enough shots on screen at a time to fire off more of them.
Yep, I had to like route the 100% normal category myself because I was the only one who actually liked it. And dealing with all of the different Buster stats and having to micromanage like different stats and all that was absolutely painful sometimes because like
I mean,
sometimes you want max energy, sometimes you don't care.
I think that if the game is balanced in a way where it gives you just enough of them, or just enough of them become available through the shop at just the right price at just the right time, I like that. I like the pause in gameplay where I get to go shopping. Maybe I just like shopping. Maybe I just like buying stuff. But I like that pause in putting myself in a different headspace and trying to plan ahead and say, well, here's how much money I have, and here's what I can buy now, and here's what I can buy maybe after the next ruin. Like, I like that. And I kind of miss that because you have fewer stats to work with, they're easier to max, and the game does just dump them in your lap. So I would like I would like having a little bit more variety there and having it kind of like drip fed to me.
Yeah, I was a little
Yeah.
surprised that the energy stat was omitted in this game.
Yeah, I think that it's I think you can have 4 or maybe 5 buster shots on screen at a time, and that's just all the time. That's just what it's fixed at.
Maybe it's like a hardware limitation or something?
No, it couldn't be. It's explicitly coded like that, and actually it's really interesting the way they coded Mega Man's projectiles in this game compared to all of the enemies. So at least the ones I've looked at so far for the enemies' projectiles, those are treated like an entity, like an enemy of its own. It's like it's spawning a little baby enemy for itself. So it's a real full-fledged registered object in the game's logic. Mega Man's projectiles are not. Mega Man's projectiles are all simulation. They are like a sphere shape as a field, as like a property. They are a 3-dimensional space location, just totally separately, all by itself, not attached to anything. It is a radius. It is like a concept of velocity, but there is no one object that it explicitly represents. So their position, their graphic, their presentation, all of it is just simulation synced up in real time. And it's presumably is because it lets the game logic reuse those resources over and over and over again. They toggle them as active off and on, and they are more lightweight than an actual character or enemy or object. So it's much easier on the game's system, but you could presumably have probably loads more of them than that.
You know, it is funny considering that, like, I've always kind of looked at you mainly as the person who implemented the translation, but geez, you know a lot about how this game works internally beyond just the text. My goodness.
I mean, in all fairness, you would have to know the code really well in order to implement that translation to start with.
I didn't know the code as well when I was working on the translation patch or when it was finished. I knew what I needed to know. I always learned what I needed to learn when I needed to learn it. That was kind of always my driving praxis was, I don't need to know how to do all of it today. I just need to know how to do the next thing I need to work on, or I need to know where to look it up.
Right.
A lot of what was
Snowball down
done...
the hill logic.
Yeah, a lot of what was done, though, wasn't for translation, wasn't actual, real, true programming. It was a lot of renaming things. It was a lot of, reverse engineering. It was a lot of inserting text or overwriting text or hex editors, which is complicated and techy, but isn't real programming. I have done a metric ton of actual real programming work with it since then, though. There are very few secrets that this game can hide from me. I have seen behind the curtain.
Well, that's good, because we just got the Kevlar Armor Omega, and that protects you from knockdown in addition to helping Eve go from 66 to 75% damage reduction. But how exactly does that guards against knockdown thing work?
I can look that up if I feel so inclined. I would have to do a little bit of digging. That's not a part on the player class that I've tried to do a lot of refining on. I've only recently started tinkering around with some of the more interesting stuff with enemy logic and interactions. But as I recall, off the top of my head, when you get hit, there is logic that checks to see either, I think it's how much you got hurt by, or it's just a flat random chance when you take damage and get hit that you will fall instead of just stagger backwards a little bit. And the armor that helps prevent knockdown reduces that randomness.
I see.
I just know the knockdown is annoying as heck in this game.
Yeah.
Now, the thing I really can't tell you how much of a difference it makes, and I should actually look it up so I can, like, sanity check myself, is I don't know how much the scopes actually do.
Yeah, and it might actually be interesting to know if, like, different tiers of armor have stronger effects, like they do in Legends 2.
Oh, they for
'Cause,
sure
like,
do.
in Legends 2, like, the Omega armors actually if you knock back against certain enemy types, like the Horokos, or you are just rendered immune to their contact damage. And you can... Yeah?
I learned about that for Legends 2 only recently. I do not believe Five Islands does that. I have looked at that code, and I don't think there's anything that explicitly says that, like, that has, like, a special interaction with on-enemy contact, depending on what armor that you have. Like that.
Right.
Like, it's just the damage reduction, but I would have to dig deeper and
Right.
look.
So
I haven't observed it, though.
Right. Like, but I would be interested in that. Like, if like a padded armor Omega had less of an effect on that chance than like Kevlar armor Omega.
It does. I feel like it does. Let me see if I can dig it up. I'm curious now. Where would this be? Where would this be? Where would this be? I love going spelunking through this game's.
Don't you mean
it.
digging?
You know what?
Oh my
It was
God.
right there in front of me. It was right there in front of me, and I failed. I'm a fake Mega Man Legends fan. You heard it here first, folks.
Nah, you've had far more to offer than I have so far. Don't kid yourself. Yeah. But yeah, don't worry. But yeah, I'm the pun master.
Oh, do you want to know something silly?
Sure.
The jump springs don't make you jump higher. They reduce the amount of gravity applied to Mega Man.
That is... Huh.
It's useless
I mean-
knowledge.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, it works.
Your life was not enriched by this at all. That takes up a useless piece of your brain.
No, see, does that also mean that if you get knocked down, you like get sent flying farther than if you didn't have the jump springs on?
It does not, so that's a good question. It does not, because when you get knocked down, that is not, that doesn't look at or use gravity. That movement is deterministic.
Ah, gotcha.
So gravity ticks when you jump or fall from a ledge, or when you double tap the trigger to turn but accidentally dodge off of a ledge like I have 18 billion times. But stuff like getting thrown backward when you get hit, or when you get to the top of a ladder and Mega Man jumps, that jump is deterministic. It's always the same height. It doesn't matter what you've got equipped.
You know, have we ever heard the moniker of Gramps being called the Invincible Barrel before this game?
I don't think
To
so.
my knowledge.
We know that he was a digger, but they don't talk that much unless it's in like one of the extended like guides or one of the little instruction booklets or something. I don't think that it's talked about very deeply. It's certainly not talked about a lot in the games.
Like, I know in Legends 2, he was kind of famous for being someone who actually survived the Forbidden Island. But I don't remember a lot of accolades of him just being like this legendary digger that had that could roundhouse the sun out of orbit, like in this.
Yeah, he was there to stand next to Blucher, and like all eyes were basically on Blucher.
Like, yeah, basically.
Well, to be fair, Blucher is kind of full of himself.
Although
I mean,
he is pretty cool too.
I do love Von Blucher. Von Blucher's the kind of person who would tell you to your face that there's no problem in life that money can't solve.
Well, he's not wrong. It would solve 99% of my problems.
I would believe that he could buy his way out of any problems. I would believe that.
Right. He's kind of like the Scrooge McDuck of Mega Man Legends.
He kind of is.
Yeah, like
Someone says that the invincible barrel thing is mentioned on the Mega Man wiki.
oh, really?
Yeah, even when you look up barrel in Battle Network 5 and 6. I didn't know barrel was in those games. I know they have a lot of Legends references. I just never played them. Yet. Emphasis on yet.
Yet. But like I always did kind of like Von Blucher as a character because like yeah, he kind of has that Tony Starkish arrogance about him, but you get the sense that he would go down and get things done himself if he absolutely had to, because like he was on that island with Barrel.
Yeah, I guess to clarify what I'm saying is like I like him as a character. I like seeing
Yeah.
stories in which he is portrayed. I would not like him as a person.
Right, I get you. I kind of get that. And also, he was also smart enough not to immediately take Sarah and Pete at their word. So I kind of give him credit for that, too.
Yeah, I mean, he's not an idiot.
Yeah. I like to trust everyone unless they give me a reason not to, but...
Okay, Volnut.
You know, it's a good thing they provide a lot of cactuses to fill with refractors and health upgrades for you to use.
True.
Especially on a volcanic island.
Hey, I don't know very much about plants. I never claim to know very much about plants.
Okay, Hutch is asking how we're doing on the estimate. I don't actually have the stream itself open. What time are we at?
We're at just under 3 hours.
Let's see. What's the estimate say? 4 hours? Yeah, I should be good to finish in an hour. Yeah. Good.
As long as you
Worst
lock
case
in on the
scenario-
last two ruins.
Yeah.
I mean,
If
we
need
could
be, I can
always
speed through a few things, but
we could
I
always
think we'll be fine.
skip cutscenes. I mean, you would be fine with that, would you, at Mega Alex?
But they're getting so good now.
Oh. Well, okay, there's some good parts in Area 4 now, but maybe a little bit of Area 5 if we're...
I mean, I
right
guess
up against that
also,
time limit.
I see what you're doing. I guess some nerd also did work really hard on it or something.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. It's gonna be 7 or 8. Okay.
Yeah, I
Well-
love the Servbots in this game, XCS. They are just the best characters, honestly.
If climbing, jumping, or climbing, else if then knockdown threshold.
So, remind me again, when they say that the mayor offered the refractor to them, is the game implying that, like, Tron is pretending to be the mayor, or that Tron made the actual mayor set up this whole plot?
I don't think
Legendary
that.
hamburger curry.
I think that. I think it's implying that Roll legit talked to the mayor. It was a legitimate conversation. The mayor was going to lend it out to them, and Tron is just in here to nab it. Well, because if you notice, the servbots have been following him around,
Right?
Like every other cutscene, this whole island. So they've been spying on him. Adorable.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Cheeseburger curry. I'm guessing, what was the item in the Japanese version? Because I'm guessing it's like rice balls or something.
It's probably curry.
I don't think I changed it that much.
Yeah, Japanese people eat curry.
I honestly, it might be slightly different. I think if it was this cutscene or a different one, when they get offered like the deluxe cheeseburger curry, I think that was slightly different than what it was in Japanese. But I think the cheeseburger, I can't remember now. That doesn't sound like something I would have made up though. But you know what? I could have been real tired. There were a lot of days working on this that were a bit of a fever dream. So.
Well,
I reminded
was
of how, like,
because like oftentimes with like food things, like for example in Final Fantasy VIII, like Cell's obsession with hot dogs, like he was actually obsessed with like some special kind of bread in the Japanese version, or like pretzels or something weird like that. I don't remember.
No.
But oftentimes with food-related things, those get changed during translation and localization.
You have no idea how heartbreaking it is to hear that the Japanese version of Final Fantasy VIII Zell doesn't care about hot dogs.
I'm sorry.
That shatters my entire like worldview. I'm going through
I love a good
life.
bread, but God.
Like, let me look it up.
XCS, I was about to comment on that. Like, for some reason, the Battle Network people, at least in the anime, are really obsessed with curry. Like, some of the main villains own like a curry shop and all that for a while. It's weird.
Yeah, apparently it's like just bread in the Japanese version. Like, it was a good change. Definitely to make hot dogs.
I will say I had pretzel bites for the very first time like a few weeks ago, and I kind of get it.
Like, I think it was some special kind of bread that didn't have like some kind of flavored bread with like no direct translation, but yeah.
The only thing that comes to mind as possibility is like milk bread. I know there's a whole thing about that in Japan.
Oh, okay. So pan, Japanese-style breads that usually have filling inside or something like that.
So
Pan. So like Pan from Dragon Ball GT.
It has been a minute since. It's been a minute since y'all brought it up, but I haven't forgotten, and I've been looking all this time. It's been 83 years, and I am looking at the logic. It does look like it does take into account a knockdown threshold stat. So when you get hit, the game generates a random number between like 0 or between 1 and 100.
Okay.
And if that number is less than your knockdown threshold, then you only get knocked back if the damage exceeds a certain amount. Otherwise, you do not get knocked back.
Interesting.
And if the number is not less than your knockdown threshold, actually this might work in reverse, because I think you want it to be more than your knockdown threshold, because if it's greater than your knockdown threshold, then you do not get knocked back no matter what. You only get like pushed back. You get like the little push. You don't actually get thrown. So yeah, if it's less than your threshold, then you will get knocked back if it does within a certain threshold of damage. So usually. Let me see what it does with that threshold.
Whoa, Tron, watch where you're pointing that thing.
Oh. Okay, yeah, your knockdown threshold by default is 100. So without any items to prevent you from getting knocked down, you basically will get knocked down all the time. And for each of the items that you can get that help prevent knockdown, I believe they add a 25% modifier to help keep that from happening.
So higher tiers do have higher knockdown protection. Cool.
Yes, it looks like it.
It seems that we have the Balkan Garage back again.
Yep.
This time in lava.
So here's my question. Once they go inside it and get it in the lava, how do they get out?
I assume that it goes like way down deep, and it's like it rose up from the lava, right?
I guess. But how do they do that iceberg attack that they did in the last game in lava?
I don't know.
I do like
the mental. I do like the mental image though of Tron just like building it here, and then like getting done, and then Teasel's like, "So how do we get it out now?" Did you turn the sky off?
No. That's the ash. Like, they thought of that. That was an intentional design choice.
Huh.
There's supposed to be a skybox here.
I didn't do anything.
No, guys, it's ash. Because we're in a
Ketchup?
volcano.
That was bad.
What the heck?
You know what I'm really hoping for, though? I hope those servots got the cheese curry anyway, because, let's be honest, like, they did their best.
They did their best,
But, like,
but we know how
cheese-
Tron is. She has a torture dungeon for them. They weren't going to get any curry.
I hope that this may be that I may earn some
Chew,
enemies.
watch
I
out
hope
for the flashlight! Princess, watch out!
I hope that the servbots do get tortured, because it's the only way they'll learn. But I hope that they also get their cheeseburger, their disgusting, heinous cheeseburger curry afterwards as well.
Well, they're asking them to do something even they can't do. Like, if Teasel and Tron can't do it, like, why expect their kids to do it?
How do they not melt inside it inside the lava? I don't know. Tron must have built it out of something, some kind of something crazy. Who knows? Okay, I do really like this scene. This scene makes me happy.
Yeah, me too.
I also love that we see a few interactions directly between Tron and Roll where they bicker with each other. Like that's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, we kind of have a recurring theme throughout this game is that they're kind of pushing the whole weird love triangle thing a bit more.
I don't think Mega Man really returns it a lot, though. He's just like, oh, well, cool. He just takes everything at face value.
Yeah, Mega Man's like your average 14-year-old. A little bit daft.
I mean, my stance on any love triangle is the thing about the love triangle that's interesting is that there is a love triangle, and as soon as you push towards either one or the other, it's no longer an interesting dynamic. You've wasted the whole thing. Like, see, like this moment here, like this is really cute.
Yeah, and that's fair. When you have someone kind of push towards someone else, that other person is no longer part of the triangle. They're just kind of an annoyance.
See, I never really got the idea that it was like a triangle. I just kind of thought of it as like Tron has this sort of crush on Mega Man and it's just kind of part of her character arc that she has to deal with the fact that on one hand she's a pirate and he's a hero, but on the other hand he kind of wants to, like, she's kind of having to forcibly reevaluate her life, and that's really the real significance of it. Because as far as just like the relationship aspects go, the game's pretty clearly pair Mega Man with Roll. Like, there's just no way about it.
I like the take that Tron's arc is more about her realizing that she likes Mega Man and it kind of pushing her to be a better person or to want to be a better person. I like that. I always like the storytelling narrative when, like I think this is the case in a lot of good storytelling narrative, is you start with what does the character want, and then you graduate later to what does the character need. They want a thing, they can't have the thing, but then they find out that that's not really what they actually need. They need something else.
Yeah.
So minor thing some of y'all might be noticing that's going on stream, sorry to interrupt y'all, is I keep talking to this woman, and she keeps giving me this padded scope Omega.
Oh,
and
yeah, I mentioned this.
And I keep selling it, and she just
it.
gives me more. This is a glitch I actually found for once.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It's an infinite money glitch.
Like,
it's very slow, but
I also like the thing I think about with Mega Man between Roll and Tron is mostly just that he's just oblivious. He just wants to go on adventures.
Yeah.
He's just a doofy anime protagonist. Chat wants to know if Roll is his sister. So Roll is his sister in the classic series. This Roll is not technically related to him. There's a little bit of weirdness. So it's partly a cultural thing. But they're 100% for sure they are not biological siblings.
I consider them like adopted siblings, so to speak.
Kind of. Like, it does pretty much like confirm, like it is confirmed that they don't look at each other like adopted siblings. That's not really the true dynamic of them. Like that, like, you know, it would not be weird for them to be paired up, for them to grow up and, like, you know, become a couple or whatever. Again, they are 14-year-old kids, but they're for sure they're not siblings. They're a valid pairing. But also though too, like they do still grow up together. So, like, you know, in my mind, like there's like the whole socialization and stuff. But
now, to counter that, though, technically, Trigger already had a pre-established identity way before he ever came into Roll's life. He just happened to get amnesia from locking horns with Sarah.
You know what? That's valid.
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
And so it's not really a westernmost situation like it normally might have been under normal circumstances.
I think that's I haven't thought about that before. That is a fantastic point. And I think that we should all keep that in mind when we're considering whether or not we should date people. If you are suffering from amnesia that you don't know about, don't let that stop you. Don't let that stop you from any potential romantic opportunities. Keep your options
that was
open.
golden. Okay, the way you set up one set of expectations at the opening and then totally subverted it, that's comedy gold right there. That's why you wrote the script, this game's script.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh my goodness.
I love this music so much.
It's so good. It's silly, but when I first was playing this, one of the things I was most excited about was, oh my gosh, the official, like, total Mega Man Legends discography just got a little bit bigger.
Yep.
I feel like with a lot of good games, most good games even, audio and especially like music is a integral part of the experience. But I feel like that's especially true for some games, and Mega Man and Sonic really stand out to me as both being games that are kind of shaped by their music. Like, the games make the music and the music makes the games. It would be a different experience.
Whoa, look at that foot.
Without them.
I notice that every time. It's like his right foot gets flattened in that cutscene. Yeah, like, has there been a Mega Man game with, like, a bad soundtrack or let me rephrase that, a forgettable soundtrack? Like, a single one? I mean, apart from this song, of course, right here, I mean.
Song of the Sirens.
Yeah. The sound of impending doom.
I really like at the end of this island and the next one, where like the warning sirens and stuff start to really illustrate like a sense of actual impending doom, and like the voice over the alarm is like, oh, stuff is about to get really real.
Yeah. Like there's this undercurrent of malice in this game, just like Legends 1, where like you're maybe entering areas you shouldn't be, and you might be awakening something you wish you hadn't.
Yeah.
Game's really building up to that.
I will say, I do wish that Data was in any of the cutscenes.
Oh, that would be good.
He's always there in the menus. He's always there waiting for us, rooting for us, but I think that if you talk to him before a mission you haven't completed yet, I think he should give you a hint about that mission. I think he should tell you if you need to bring a certain special weapon for a wall, or like to look out for something, or to give you a hint where like a special item might be. Like, I think that would be cute. That would
Or
be easy to
that'd be
do.
very nice.
hazards.
That
It'd
would
also
be
like
easy to
very in
do.
the spirit of Legends 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like kind of like Pikmin 2, where like you get a little indicator with what kind of Pikmin you should bring.
See, I felt torn because on the one hand, I like the idea of talking to him to get the hint about what weapon to use, but on the other hand, I don't like the idea of feeling like you have to trundle through menus to hear about it. So I also like the idea of like drawing a little scribble next to a mission you haven't done if you need to bring a weapon to get through it. And I like the idea of Data giving you things that are actual hints about things that you can find, or just like story flavor. Like, I want to make, I want to make it something where you want to talk to him because you legitimately want to see what he has to say.
Yeah, because you're doing something of an improvement project for this game, right? Or something that at least overhauled the graphics.
I'm cooking.
Uh-oh.
Good.
I didn't know you were continuing work on this game.
I never stopped working.
Oh goodness.
There's always something more with Legends games.
The day that no one is working on anything new for Legends is the day that I am a corpse in the ground.
Well,
Oh shit! There's that sound. There's that horrible sound again.
if you ever finish anything, be sure to ping me.
Definitely. You'll hear. You'll all hear. Just you wait. No, I'm just supervillain rant.
You know, I'm amazed the way that Miss Tron just always gets through all the lava and the ice and the Reaver bots and everything. That, like, she's incredible with no armor.
Team Rocket logic. If it is convenient or funny, she's invincible.
Just you wait, or you're mine, Blue Boy. I'll get you.
Of course, in the proper spirit of an end of a Legends game, the bonds show up to help out at the last minute.
Yeah.
I mean, again, just like Team
That's how
Rocket.
oblivious he can be. He thinks she's only interested in the refractors.
So I did say in one of the other Discord channels, the other day or something, my headcanon extended ending is the bonds have relocated all their equipment to Iroquois Island post credits, and then they're like fuming because they have discovered only after they've moved everything there that it will pump out a measly 1 refractor a year.
Yeah, that would have been the perfect capstone to this game, I feel like. Alright, so did we see the subtitle for Area 5, like Imminent Threat to Civilization or something like that? Or...
Yep.
Huh. I wonder what threat could be looming in this final area.
Can I get a time check from someone? Just what the current...
3 hours, 14 minutes.
Okay, yeah, we're doing good.
Yeah, towers. I guess you could call it that. And it's wet, too.
Like,
ooh, love this music.
Been slowly ramping up all game, and now stuff suddenly starts feeling really heavy.
Yeah, the classic Mega Man Legends thing. Give your lore dumps in the last 20 minutes.
I mean, say what you will, it's at least consistent. It's real consistent.
True.
And...
yeah, I love how kind of spooky the theme for this island is.
I also love just how huge the mazes get here. Like the devs really did want to make this final set of levels feel very final.
Yeah, this is tame. This map I'm scrolling you through.
It is indeed. It is comparatively linear.
Yeah, one of the levels at the end. Ooh, boy.
I don't feel like they had to hold anything back. I don't feel like they had to, like, compromise on their vision for, like, a design or a layout. Like, this just feels like a very well-designed, well-realized dungeon towards the end of a good 3D exploration game. I love it.
Yeah, this has, like... I don't know. This touches on things Legends wanted to just do not with the exploration. Like,
It was just wild to me when I was playing this the first time, because it's this whole new massive labyrinth of areas that I'd never seen before, but it's also still just like, yeah, this looks and feels and plays as just this little Mega Man Legends game.
yeah, it still has all of the feels of a Mega Man Legends game. It's just like the dungeons are so much grander by the time that we hit the end here. It feels like it's what it should be design-wise. You know, maybe cramp it, make it less cramped, but still.
Yeah, I feel like they kind of they didn't know what all they could get out of a phone game at first, so a lot of the first levels were kind of tutorial-y and simple. But then by the time they got here, they realized, oh, we can actually manage something here, so they went for it. Like, they slowly figured out how to get more and more out of the engine the further along they went in the game.
I wouldn't be surprised. It's like there are other 3D games on this platform, but this certainly feels like one of the most industrious ones.
A main gate that you can't open. What does this remind me of?
See, I had precedent for my artistic liberties.
Hmm? Well, we can't really go in that main gate right here, but I see 3 other littler structures with... I wonder what recent experiences he's had that he can put together, form some kind of conclusion about this.
3 towers, 3 MacGuffins. We're gonna make the Triforce.
One main
Yes.
gate.
That was one of the funniest lines in the Mega Man Legends Abridged series. Was like, they get towards the end. It's so funny. They get towards the end, and I forget what it is exactly, but yeah, it's like the going into the sub-cities or the sub-ruins, and Mega Man's like, how many of these do we have to do? And Roll's like, do you really have to ask? This is filler. It's Triforce pieces. The most underrated joke in that whole series, though, that has me rolling on the floor laughing, is towards the end when someone asks Mega Man what his favorite music is, and he says alternative rock, because he's alternative rock.
God.
I love that.
I think I died inside a little.
I live for that pun.
Okay, so here we see an awesome demonstration of the Ancients' ability to manipulate weather and matter. The swimming through ice snakes.
Oh god, I hate
Truly,
these guys.
these guys were the master of nature.
Chat wants to know if this was meant to be played in bite-sized portions like modern mobile games. It was certainly designed for you to be able to do that. Most of the missions, especially earlier on, don't take super long, and you automatically get spat back out at the mission select screen, where you could quickly save your game, close your phone, and move on with your day. So I do think that is partly good, like mobile game design is something you could pick up and put down within 15 to 20 minutes if you needed to. I think maybe one of its only areas where it's not necessarily good mobile game design is some of the later ruins may take you longer than that to get through them, but I think at that point you are kind of committed and you're in it for the long haul. But yeah, it's meant to be able to pick up and put down.
Yeah, and they're not like that long. Like, I think the longest level in Area 5 in a speedrun setting is like 4 minutes, which is, bulky, but it's not
Actually,
like Turok.
I lied. I take back everything I just said. It's designed for you to fall in love with it and want to complete the whole thing in one sitting. That's how it's designed.
Yeah, like me.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the experience. Staying up until 2 in the morning playing the game. On what is definitely a flip phone.
Yeah, I mean, like, just take Princess Eve over here. Like, he was in the Discord saying just how much he loved this game. Would be absolutely happy to stream this game to show it how awesome it was.
Yeah, that's definitely what happened. Blue did not volunteer me.
Yeah.
It just never actually occurred to me that this would be something people would care about. My intentions were just speedrun stuff.
I will always be in the room if anyone wants to talk Five Islands, if anyone wants to watch Five Islands, if anyone wants to anything Five Islands. If there are 100 million people in the world that are simps for this game, I am one of them. If there are 0 people in the world that are simps for this game, it means I am dead.
Wait, Paulon Island and all that wasn't one of the ones you took liberties with, right?
It was not.
Okay. That's
I did not rename any of the islands. If I did, I would have named one of them like Alex Island or something. I would have made myself the mayor.
Okay. Normally I would say that maybe Mega Man really should be catching on to the familiarity of things with like the prototype Anthro slabs. But then I remember he could barely read them the first game anyway, so it's to be expected. He would miss this.
Kid gets hit on the head a lot.
Oh wait, is this the rip-off priest right here?
Yep.
Right, so he basically just gave you regular water.
Sure did.
It's not regular. The effect just varies from person to person.
Ah, totally.
Look,
that's
it's tasty. It's tasty.
Should I be worried if any drinking water is tasty?
That's a fair concern.
Okay.
Oh, I love this.
I'm on roll. Put the pieces together. Put the pieces together. Put them together.
Roll's getting sus.
Amogus.
I do love
his Digger's intuition.
I do love the little running gag here on Island 5 with his Digger's intuition. That's cute.
It occurs to me, isn't it kind of unsafe for Roll to be in here? Shouldn't she be on the flutter?
Roll cannot be contained in this game. Roll is brazenly just strolling through multiple different ruins. Roll will be like, I hadn't heard from you for a while, so I came to check. Roll is completely up in Mega Man's business.
Yeah, which kind of carries over into Legends 2, where he fortunately learned to finally put his foot down. It's like she follows him into the abandoned mines, but then by the time of Forbidden Islands, Brock finally has to be like, roll.
You know, that's actually what feels to me like kind of an unresolved story thread in this game, is that there's a cutscene that comes up on Island 4 where Mega Man is telling Roll to stay by the flutter because it's dangerous and like there's earthquakes and lava and stuff, and he's like, yeah, I don't want you to get hurt, like what would Gramps say if I let you get hurt? And she gets kind of huffy about it because, you know, he's being a little insensitive, and it ends with him leaving and her just being kind of a little mad about it, and they never address it again after that.
If I recall correctly, isn't it more like she thinks it's sweet and he just doesn't get a clue and then she gets huffy?
I think that is how it goes, yeah. Like you're right, it starts off where she's like, oh, that's nice of you, and then he just kind of, he does the thing where he should have stopped talking 2 or 3 sentences ago.
Yeah, that's my experiences with women. Instead, I yammer on about games like this.
Basically, she wants the romantic response from him, like, no, I can't possibly risk you, and instead she gets something like, you kind of get in the way. You should probably stay behind.
Mega Man gave her the autistic answer.
Yeah.
It started off nice, but then Mega Man just started talking about the best drill to use for this type of dirt or something.
Can you attach a drill to your arm, Roll? I didn't think so.
I feel so called out.
To be fair, I'm calling myself out too. I tell people, because I will talk about, I'll talk about this game, I'll talk about Mega Man Legends in general with zero provocation. I actively know people do not want to hear me talk about it, but I can't be stopped. There's the saying, all roads lead to Rome, and I tell people with me, all roads lead to Mega Man Legends.
Yeah, I tortured my ex with all the stuff I know about Mega Man Legends from speedrunning it and all that. Like, I think at some point she thought it was cute, but then at some point it might have gotten annoying.
I can't imagine that.
Like, I kind of get that experience with my personal trainer, where like he'll ask me every day before we work out, like, what games are you playing this time? And I'm like, Mega Man Legends 2. Like, oh, okay.
Oh, you changed it up.
Yeah. Well, what game are you playing this time? Well, actually, I'm doing some damageless Buster-only videos for Legends 2. He's like, oh, more to discover in that game, huh? Like, yep. Like 2 months later, what game are you playing this time? Well, actually,
I'm playing the same game, but a different way.
Yeah, I'm doing a completionist run for Legends 2 for a marathon. It's like, oh, imagine that.
I have been trying to get better about not hyper-fixating on just one game. Like, a summer or two ago, I was borderline addicted to speedrunning Legends 1, but like, you know, I have so many games I haven't played. Like, my Steam library is chock full.
Yeah. You should play Legends 2.
Oh man, you are so right.
Or maybe, if you really want to step out of your comfort zone, Misadventures of Tron Bonne?
I played that a couple summers ago.
I know it's not for everyone. I love Misadventures of Tron Bonne. It's silly that there are more diggers in Misadventures of Tron Bonne than there are in any other Mega Man Legends game.
Oh god, yeah. Such a potential for like lore expansion.
And they're all such fun characters, all of them.
Let's see, anything I need to do before this
level?
Well,
I'm sure we'll see them again in Legends 3 when that comes out.
Nothing will ever convince me that we will not see Mega Man Legends 3 someday.
Second, I have been playing that game. I see you in chat.
Ooh, ancient cooking.
Ooh,
Ancient
sounds
cuisine.
exotic.
Why don't you go back to Area 4 and give him some of that one trucker guy, some of that old food?
Oh, I forget what he says when you give it to him, but I think it is funny.
Just once, I'd like to eat it. Oh, what do you know? The old food didn't taste very good.
I got paid 10 grand for that experience.
This is like when like an influencer spends $10,000 on some experience that's terrible, but then they have to go on stream saying how much they enjoyed it because everyone knows they did it and they know how much it costs.
I mean, there's worse ways of using your money. There was this one boxer guy called Broner that I think just straight up flushed like $1,000 bills down the toilet on stream just to show off or something. So
That's crazy. Do you know how many Mega Man
Yeah.
Legends toys you could buy with that?
Oh yeah, totally.
See, Roll is asking all of the important questions here.
Yeah.
Roll is like, are we
Just not thinking at all.
like? I love that they're both getting like kind of excited but kind of cautious, and it feels like
So I know Roll is getting cautious, but is Mega Man getting cautious? It kind of seems like
it
he
feels
doesn't
like
have a clue what's going.
it feels like
Yeah?
he's kind of losing himself. Like he's kind of like not fully paying attention to how he just seems to know how certain things work or where to go or what to do.
Oh, this is the big level, right?
Yep, this is the nastiest level in the game to navigate because you have this small kind of mini map, and it is absolutely just a labyrinth. The first time I played this, I got lost in here for like an hour. Just look at all these forks, and all of these are guarded with like a bunch of different doors. It is... Ugh.
It is hellish.
And I think the craziest thing is that like you don't even have to navigate like a good chunk of that if you ironically just go straight all the time.
Yeah. Yep, just go straight.
Like it's kind of a deceptively clever design that way to where it's like they made a hellish maze, but they also kind of gave you an out, an easy way of remembering how to solve it.
I think the thing that really makes it more confusing than it should be is all of these doors. So, like, you'll get caught up trying to check these doors, and then, oh, you might get turned backwards or something like that.
They make it seem it's almost like it's almost more frustrating in that sense because you do just go straight most of the time, but you think that you're not supposed to just go straight, and it's the illusion of choice until you finally have choice, and then the choice that you're supposed to make is to still just take the straightforward path, and by making it seem more complicated than it is, it tricks you into confusing yourself. And it is wickedly good game design, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, very.
This is like Ocarina of Time Forest Temple trickery.
Oh wow, that is high praise, but definitely deserved. coupled with that incredible music too. You know what I might have wished for though? We kind of reused the ice dungeon layout, the lava dungeon layout. I feel like we should have reused some layouts from Area 1 and 2 here, since this is like the third gate.
I wouldn't have minded that. I wouldn't have minded some biomes that are unique to Islands 1 and 2, some that are Island 3, some that are 4. I wouldn't have minded some that were truly unique to this island, even if it was just, like, really just different textures, not even different gameplay elements, just something that looks like older, untouched, more high-tech. But I also respect that image files are one of the things that take up the most amount of space in this as well. Like, that would have been hard to do.
Yeah.
The part that adds to, like, how lost you are, I just opened this door. This is back into the main hallway, I believe, that we were started in. But, like, this was the door on the opposite side of the hallway that was also locked at that same time. But when you come out here, you think you have, like, 3 different paths. No, the path is to go straight forward. It's like a maze that loops in on itself.
Kind of like tying your shoes.
It's the illusion of choice. It's the illusion of free will.
Well, I mean, you can take all the other paths. You're just not going to go anywhere.
I only wish I knew that when I played this the first time. If this took you an hour the first time you played it, I think you still beat me by a lot.
I think at some point I caved and I was like, screw this, and I just stitched together a map right then and there.
Now,
so, like, just
I kind of
billion screenshots.
You're about to buy it.
Oh, yes I am. Well, I'm fine. This is the last enemy.
Yeah. Now,
I'll
I got overconfident.
Yeah.
I would have, I am sorry to say, I would have laughed at your expense if you had died right there.
Oh god, I would have too. That would be 41,000 zenny that I would have lost. One mechanic that I forgot to mention towards the start. Unlike Mega Man Legends 1 and 2, we do not have a proper game over system in this game. Whenever we die, we are just forced to start the level over, but we have lost half our money.
Yep, that's the local economy for you here.
Yeah, you get a unique little Mega got flattened fanfare and then lose half your gold, and yeah.
And then you have to go back to the shop to buy items to give to heal yourself next time you try to run through, or to upgrade your stuff, but now you're poor because you had the poor sense to not survive.
God. I was speedrunning this last night just to, like, kind of prepare insofar as, being familiar with the controls again and all that. And I died a few times, and it was the worst because your money route is not the most generous. So irritating.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Did we buy that Buster part that was like accessory unit X or whatever?
We have not yet.
Okay. Because I am looking forward to seeing maxed out Buster stats.
Can I even buy that?
Buster Unit X is 54,000?
I think it's like 100,000 or something. It's in the junk shop.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if it was.
Buster Unit X is 54,000. Accessory Pack X is 108,000.
Yeah, you can buy. I think you have enough to sell.
Let's see. I will need to keep my Omega
Power
Pack.
Blaster X. You can sell that by itself, I think.
Let's see. I still have my Link armor on?
Yeah. That's why you almost died last level.
Yeah, I definitely don't suffer from skill issue.
Maybe you just need a better gamer chair.
I'm sitting on the floor right now. I don't know what you're talking about.
Issues. You need that for the final boss.
I don't know if I do.
Yeah, sell the Power Blaster X.
Oh,
That'll
I still
get
have
you
that
enough.
equipped. Let's see, buy parts.
There we go. Yeah, look at those numbers.
My DPS is the same, but I could shoot
You
like
have
2
range.
inches further.
You can easily bypass those shield guys now.
It doesn't matter how marginal of an increase it is. Line go up.
You're so right.
Number go up.
Yeah.
Number go up.
Number go up.
Number go
You
up.
saw Max. It's not a
Absolute
level.
stonks.
It's Max.
It's the best. Oh, so what Roll says just here, maybe it went all the way to the stars. That's, of course, a reference to this being an orbital elevator.
Yeah.
Whoa, spoilers?
I mean, it's not really. That's the that's the inference we get here.
Yeah. It's never explicitly told, but that's what I've always kind of figured it meant.
Yeah, they kind of spell it out more explicitly at the very end of the last level after you beat the boss, but yeah,
It could mean a couple other things, but it
heavily implied.
yeah, which I really liked that.
Oh, the music sped up there a little bit. Little remix. Okay, now it's back to normal. So, Eve, it looks like you want us to pay attention to something in the northwest corner. What could it be?
I'm actually not sure what you're referring to.
I feel like there's some kind of arrow in the upper left corner. Like, my eyes should be...
Oh my god. Oh my
for some
god.
reason. Oh.
Did it? Oh my
Okay.
god. I didn't know it was actually showing my cursor. Sorry.
No. Hey, you wanted to draw my eyes somewhere, so I'm happy to oblige.
See, you should see how cluttered my monitors are. I have chat open, I have 2 emulators open, I have my guide open, I have a PowerPoint open with all the maps.
Okay. Oh, and you also have your excellent walkthrough to double check, of course.
Yeah, because I don't... My memory's
100
garbage.
Zenny! Awesome!
It is the biggest middle finger that is how much is in that last chest.
Yeah.
Someone decided to put that there and got a big giggle out of it, and I hope they're happy.
No, you want what would have been even better? Like, first chest had 6 Zenny, the second chest had 6 Zenny, and the last chest had 6 Zenny
You know
in this lava level.
what I think would have been the best would be is if the 2 chests, the first 2 chests have what they have right now, and the last chest, completely as a troll, is the only chest mimic in the whole game.
Oh my god.
Oh no, they didn't have enough room for another enemy type. You know that.
I mean, it would probably use all the same textures as a regular treasure chest.
But that is true.
So it
Yeah,
would
they just
basically
that to
be
make it
like,
shoot bombs.
Yeah, like it would basically be, or no, I mean the ones that like get up with their crazy, scary long legs.
Like Legends 2.
Yeah, those ones still scare me.
Yeah.
Really? I always get a big laugh out of them.
I remember where one of them is, but I never remember where the other ones are, and I jump every single time.
Underwater? You're in lava.
I mean, the whole tower was, they think it was underwater.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be wet, because, like, even if the outside is underwater, all the lava and stuff is still inside. Know what I mean?
I mean, maybe it was really deep underwater, like maybe even like down in the Earth's crust or something, or like in an underwater like river of lava or something.
Or maybe they just mean like the ruins and like all the stuff in it, like as a structure, the whole thing was under the water a long time. It hasn't been touched. It's been like, you know, derelict. Oh, this scene is so good.
Yeah, a frame from this scene is actually my background for like my Legends 1 splits, or it was for like a while.
Ah. They're really worried now.
This frame right here. This is like once the text box has disappeared, that was my background for my Legends 1 speedrun splits for a good while. I just really like how emotive he is there.
Yeah, it's a good face. Like, you don't see it in any of the other games. In fact, all the characters are emotive in this one.
Especially the server bots. We haven't seen them in a bit.
We don't see the bonds
they're in the
after.
background. You just don't see them.
Yeah.
They're following you right now.
We only get the bonds on islands 1, 2, and 4.
Oh yeah, we don't see them on 3, do we?
I would move heaven and earth for Tron and Denise to have a reunion.
I actually was kind of hoping for that.
I would have done anything to make that happen. Give me Misadventures of Tron Bond 2.
So,
Okay.
welcome to Absolute Hell. It's a teleporter.
Give me Tron and Denise solving crimes together. Yeah. Good cop, bad cop.
Yeah, that would have been great. As would I actually would even like Roll and Tron digging ruins together and just bickering the entire time as they gathered parts for the rocket.
That would be cute. I like how at the end of Mega Man Legends 2, you have Yuna being your spotter instead of Roll, and it feels like a little bit different. I think that you could get a lot of funny dialogue with Roll spotting for Tron.
On an unrelated note, you know how I compared this to Doom in Area 4?
Yeah.
Well, now they've cribbed yet another thing from Doom. The teleportals. This whole thing is one big teleporter maze. And it's just as easy to get lost in as a Doom level.
Yeah, luckily I actually have, a map. I know exactly where to go.
I was going to say...
one of the yeah?
I was going to say, you're blazing through it faster than I ever have. I get lost here. I get turned around.
Yeah, it's one of those levels where when you know exactly what to do, it's actually fairly short. It's just the first playthrough where it's a monster. Also, what are you gonna use that money for, Princess?
Actually, at this point, nothing. Maybe.
Oh, you were just getting greedy, is that it?
Yeah, it seems like it, honestly. Like, I had a specific plan in mind for, like, weapons to use and all that, but those were mainly met with the thought of getting less treasures in mine, you know?
That door's locked.
Yeah.
What
I'll
about
have to
the
go.
Buster Cannon? Did you
Yeah, that's.
fully max it?
I haven't fully maxed it yet, but I think I only need like a couple upgrades or something.
Okay. And it looks like you're conserving your health instead of going through the lava. Is there a plan for that?
Not really, no.
I am garbage at landing on those rock platforms. I can never get the timing right.
Yeah, same.
Oh,
And it's
hey,
like, I know I'm close to the end of the level anyways.
oh boy, the last floor. We're gonna unleash the final boss. That hidden horror that's been a threat to humanity. Just like the chapter title says. Could be something big. Oh, by the way, Princess, make sure to use the heal. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, don't worry, I had it in mind.
Okay.
And even if I didn't, I already have some healing items.
Okay, because that is the exact kind of mistake I would make.
It is
Yeah,
the
don't
exact
worry,
kind of
I'm-
mistake I've made many times.
Yeah, don't worry, I've done that mistake too. Last
Yeah.
night. Anything else that I really want?
I feel like if you put on your safety shoes, you should be just fine.
Yeah, I might as well.
Oh, and that's how you, yeah, fake priest. Although he does turn his ways around after this last level. There you go.
Okay. I guess I had more money to spend than I thought I did, or had enough room to spend it, whatever. But yeah, the reason why I choose the Buster Cannon to use now is because it's relatively cheap to upgrade, and it has a pretty high power output. Each shot, I believe, does 60 damage, which is
Also,
about...
it looks cool.
Yeah, fair enough.
These are the most important
Whereas-
things.
Yeah. Whereas I think each of my Buster shots right now is doing 7 to 8 damage or something like that. And frankly, I hate this boss. So I want to kill it as fast as possible.
There is something cool.
Oh, there's that horrible sound again.
I love how the dialogue is broken up in here. Requires bureaucratic class authoriz.
Now, he still doesn't know what that half of that means.
Yeah, these are big words.
But we know. Present authorization failure to comply will be found aberrant and terminated.
Wow, that's a
Ship.
great Juno impression.
That's not my Juno. I think I could do a serviceable Juno.
Oh, here's the final boss. Never
What
seen
if the
anything
previous
like that
boss
before.
but neon?
Oh
It's the-
shoot! It's the final boss theme.
It's the Island 4 boss, but with glow sticks. So there's something cool, I think cool, with this boss's logic. Even though it is a reused boss from the from Island 4, so it has the same logic. And it still is, mostly pretty basic. And there are 4 platforms in here in a very fixed set position. You've probably noticed before that, I mean, you're not going to see it now because he's just going to, you're raffle stopping him. But see how the boss can jump up onto the pillars. You might think that is just hard-coded into the boss's logic, that it knows where the pillars are, and it just knows to go to them and jump up onto them. It uses actual, reasonably complex hit detection to find where they are.
Really?
Yes.
Nice.
It is actually impressive. It can tell when it's running that it's there, and it knows to jump up onto it if it wants to, or to jump over it entirely.
I see. Okay, so no new final boss theme, no new boss design, but maybe we're gonna get something big after this.
I
It's time
mean,
to finally figure out what all of these tablets were about.
add it to my to-do list.
And what's up
Wonder
with
what
this space elevator thing?
Yeah, what was that threat to humanity that was described in the chapter title? Let's see. He can't understand that. There's some ambient text there. Wow.
No. That's embarrassing.
For all the text you've made, one typo is not that
Who's
bad.
responsible for that?
The ancients did it.
No, the ambience. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be taking the piss.
I'm gonna go update that file and submit an update for this. I can't let that say. It's not a big deal, but I can't. Obviously.
Yeah. Well, we talked about it. You're a perfectionist. Good thing. Really?
So, I guess I've always.
Oh well.
I guess I've assumed that the threat to the world was the potential connecting to Elysium.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know what? They had fun. Who cares?
So I know the rest of the cutscene here is just, basically nothing really came of that, but I love the last few lines of dialogue here so much. It makes me so happy. From here on, basically.
Yeah. It's a nice sentimental goodbye for characters that we're not really sure. Well, we know they're going to get another game, obviously, but as devs, your future is always uncertain.
Who's driving the Flutter?
Data.
Oh no.
Yeah, literally.
Well, now let's sit back and enjoy the sweet ending credits music. Or not. I guess that's it.
Well, if it would make you feel better, I could hum a jaunty tune and read a list of 5 names to you.
Let's check on that priest. I wonder how he's doing. Well, oh, whoa! What did he get there?
Oh, we got the Buster Max. As thanks for buying tasty water.
Your cup overfloweth.
Yep. Surely God is smiling down on us from Elysium right now. Or that's heaven in the Japanese script, just so you know.
Of course, naturally, the Buster Max does exactly what you think it does. And we also got that one letter from Roll. It's not much,
Yeah.
but...
So what do you personally choose to put in your second slot? What's your post-game build?
That implies I played a post-game.
Oh, fair enough.
Like, I guess if you
there's the
wanted
letters,
to,
too.
you could grind.
We probably should read the Surfbot letters, right?
Well, I only read one. I forgot to get the other.
Okay, well, this is the important one. Miss Tron is allergic to the color blue as of this game.
I do love that the Surfbots and Teasel are just completely oblivious.
Well,
Miss Tron is red, Mega Man is blue. And if I were a clever enough wordsmith, I'd have a rhyme for you.
that was beautiful. That was deep.
Oh,
You're a poet of our
thank
time. Well, anyhow, yeah, that's Mega Man Legends 5 Islands. And that's all I have to show.
Can you hear me? Hi. Absolutely incredible run, Eve. I'd never seen this. I didn't know this existed until this run. So this was really cool to see that there's more Legends out there, and it ran on a flip phone. Like, that's wild to me.
Yeah.
Crazy. But this was awesome. Thank you so much for showing this off, and to your commentators. Any last shout outs before we get moving to the next segment?
I suppose I would like to give a shout out to like the Mega Man Legends speedrunning community. They are the main reason I'm even here playing this today. Admittedly, because Blue Metal kind of volunteered me into it, but still. Without him and without that community being a nice, cozy place, I wouldn't be doing any kind of speedrunning. I wouldn't be nearly as invested in this community or this series as I am today. Naturally, I have to also give a shout out to Mega Alex. I mean, he's right here, but still. And Rockman Cosmo and everyone else who was involved with the preservation project and the translation project, be it Midori, who goes back like 10 years, or anyone who's helping with that or maintaining the Ketai World Launcher emulator today, because they are the reasons we are even able to touch this today and have experienced what we have thought to be lost media. There's probably others, but it's like 2 in the morning, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I would echo all of your sentiments towards the rest of the preservation community. I would shout out real quick anyone who answered a million questions I had when I was working on this, everyone who helped, everyone who gave advice, and everyone who was also interested in seeing it and playing it. All the people out there who love Mega Man Legends and are still hanging around here, that still want to see more, that still want to go back and revisit this world. You guys are all awesome, and thanks for sticking in there and being fans right along there with us this whole time. One way or the other, we'll definitely be seeing more of this little blue kid.
Awesome. All right. Well, everyone, stick around. We're not done yet. We have an amazing damage shuffler set up coming up next. Mega Man 1, 2, X1, X2, and X3 with Smite. We're going to get that set up right now, so everyone stick around, and we'll see you in a few.